Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say welcome to the EdHeroes Asia 2022 Malaysia Chapters. So I hope all of you, all the participants, on all the speaker is come here in this weekend with a good condition and place with a full of the happiness today. For the first, let me introduce myself first. My name is Laras. I'm a moderator for this session. Let me introduce, I'm a student college in International Relation Majors in Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. So today I'm here with a feel so happy and feel so pleased that I can moderate this session because in this session we're talking about interesting issues. So I'm gonna lead the session on the first, second, and fifth session. So I hope all the participants in this track is not bored to see my face in this track. In this session, we will talking about learning gap, how to revive from the crisis. And we have great speakers also here. And we will talking about, yes, as you know, today's COVID-19 pandemic have a direct impact to many aspects, especially for education also. And for today, we will discuss here how to revive through the crisis, especially for the education sectors. So I would like to introduce the speaker first. There's a Professor Dr. Fariza Khalid from Center for Shaping Advanced and Professional Education UKM Shape. Hello, Dr. Fariza. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the second speaker is Miss Felicia Yosiana Gunawan, a psychologist at Able ID. Hello, Miss Felicia. Good morning. Your speaker is still mute.
Okay, sorry. Okay, hello,
Hello.
to all the EdHeroes friends, and also hello and good afternoon to Dr. Fauzi and Khaled.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Miss Felicia. So as I say in the introduce, we will gonna move to the talk show sessions. This is the core of these sessions, as I think we will discuss about the interesting topic before. We are talking about learning gap. Maybe for the all speaker here, as you know, the pandemic is very disrupt us in the many of sectors, especially for the education can have a direct impact and that make a learning gap in education sectors. So I would like have a several question about that. Maybe we can discuss together. So the first question is, as I say and introduce, there's a learning gap in education sectors during the pandemic. So I would like asking about what kind of the learning gap that commonly happen in education sectors, especially that is unclear until right now. Maybe I would like to Dr. Fariza, as I have a background in education expertise. I want to hear your statement first.
Okay, right. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Hello, Dr. Fariza.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I having a problem with my internet connection? So sorry about that. This is one of the examples of the inequality of internet access itself. All right. So thank you so much, my fellow panelists, Mrs. Felicia, and our fellow audience. Right. Thank you so much for having me at the first place. All right. So of course, when we talk about the pandemic, we had been in the pandemic era since I think 2 years, and more or less 2 years. And then it's undeniable that pandemic has affected lots of sectors in our lives, not only in economic sector, in healthcare sectors, but also education. People had died, hundreds, thousand people had died, and then what they left behind were their children who later became orphans. Many people lost their job. Teachers and educators in higher education institution were struggling to find out the best measure or the best solution to make sure that teaching and learning still take place are still, obtaining some kind of inputs, and then, to so that is, something that we had never imagined, right? Before we had never imagined, and we were so stunned, and then we didn't know what to do at that time. But as I said earlier, that life has to go on. Then we need to then move on and then think about what is the best solution for us as educators to do, or in our capacity, to make sure that the equality or the gaps among our students can be bridged together. So talking about the gap, when we talk about equality or inequality. So equality, we know that it means that everybody are given the same, maybe a same amount of treatment, they get same amount of money, for example. That means the amount is similar, equal to everybody. But when we talk about inequality, it means that there will be group of people who are, who are not lucky enough to get what they actually deserve. Yeah, so I know that the focus of our forum today is how to, to discuss on this learning gap. So we just leave behind the factors on the gaps in industries or economics. Just focus on education. But before that, maybe based on maybe our own the economic background of the people. The second one is about their location, their location, their locality. And some of the literature that I have read said that among the factors that create the gaps in learning gaps is also because of the races and then of the gender. But I think our discussion today might be focused more on the broader issue, which is the first two that I've mentioned, which is about the socioeconomic factor, and the other one is the location where they are. So, and of course, we know that when the pandemic struck, we educators, whether we are teaching in primary school or secondary school or in higher education sector, we need to shift, whether you like it or not. We need to shift from face-to-face delivery towards the online kinds of teaching and learning delivery. So of course it created chaotics. Teachers were looking for the best way to come up with the most fun way to to engage the students, but at the same time there are many issues raised when we go online. Debated, I think, not only during the pandemic but prior to that, is related to internet access. That is actually undeniable factor that really create a gap when we talk about shifting from teaching and learning from a conventional way to online method. So and of course when this happen, of course we will see lots of dropouts, and students, some of the students, as I mentioned earlier, because some of them came from the below 40 or B40, as we call it B40, a group of people who has a low socioeconomic status, and then therefore the facilities in their homes are not sufficient enough to support teaching and learning. Because when we talk about teaching online, whether you like it or not, we need to have internet access, right? So what if our students do not have a good internet access in their home? And what if they have 10 siblings or 8 siblings who are who needs to be there to attend a synchronous class with their teachers at the same time, but the laptop is not sufficient to each of them. So there are lots of issues being debated, not only because access, but the devices are not enough for one of the siblings classes that is conducted online. And then what else? Okay. I also want to touch a bit on the teachers themselves. All this while we are focusing on the technological affordances, from the sides of students. But what about teachers? What about educators? Are they ready? Are they well prepared? Um, but of course, I think through years, yeah, since the pandemic started struck 2 years back, I think there were lots and lots of training has been given to teachers, but still teachers are also pointing their frustration, yeah. Not only that they have to upskill and reskill themselves with new methods of teaching and learning, but also they were struggling to find out the best way on how to do the assessment. I think maybe later we can talk more on how to come up with a good assessment so as to make sure that everybody is not left behind. I think that's all for this first round. Over back to you, Laras. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farisa. Your perspective is a very good because yes, indeed, in this pandemic, when all the school is have to through via online is a very challenging. Especially, I'm a student also, and I feel so struggling and challenging when have education through online. So I would like to to the next question. My next question is for Miss Felicia. As your background is a psychologist, you are a psychologist, right? I would like to asking to you, what do you think about maybe the policy that have to be implemented to prevent the learning gap during pandemic?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think Dr. Fariza has expanded a lot and has expanded very thoroughly on the basis of inequality among children and among parents and among societal backgrounds. And in using a psychologist perspective or maybe like a top-down approach, we would say that some of the measures that have been implemented by our government in Indonesia have actually tried to tackle the socio-economic issues. They have tried to provide free internet access for some students, even though it's not as quite wide range as we had hoped, because some students are still not able to access the internet, or they may have struggling connection and such. But on the socio-economic aspect, it has been tried, and there has been many trials. But if we're talking about psychological aspects, then we have to talk about their well-being. And when we talk about well-being, we have to talk about the family. We have to talk about the children themselves who are still developing, especially early children. So we have to see policies that quite, I think, zoom in on the perspective that early children are the ones that are the most neglected during this crisis. Not only that they are neglected in a way or in a sense, but the many policies that the government has tried to implement that have not really touched on early children or early preschool age, for example. They have tried to focus on high schoolers or maybe people who are just 1 or 2 steps away from graduating their college. But when it comes to early children, such as preschools or kindergartens, we have hardly seen any policies that are really impactful. Because as we see now, the policies, the independent policies that we have among the preschools, among the kindergartens, or even among elementary schools are still very different, are still very varying to various degrees. And even as a teacher and a psychologist, many of my friends who are stationed in national schools, in international schools, they have testified that it's baffling, it's very confusing even for them. And they do not really know how to help the children in any way in any other way other than trying to make themselves entertaining as possible when they are on camp. But other than that, I don't think there has been really any relevant policies that touch on early childhood and early preschool or middle-aged students. So with that being said, as a psychologist and as I have a little bit of background in education also, I would really like for the government and for the many communities to try to come up with ideas to help these early children. Preschool children, they're starting to learn the basics of arithmetics, writing, and reading, and the materials that are needed to supply them with the or maybe to supply their parents or their guardians to teach them those basic needs. I don't think it's sufficient enough. Sure, the government has tried to make some materials available. They're using a national website called Rumah Belajar, or a school for education. And there's also a national website and a national platform called Guru Berbagi dan Guru Belajar. It encourages teachers to come up together and share their learning methods and to have online classes to educate them on how to use tech and to use the many apps that we have to educate children, especially younger children who are still struggling and they're still developing many kinds of aspects in their development curve. But I don't think that access alone is enough, as we see that early children especially they need so much hands-on care, and that's what's been lacking. The parents don't know how to provide those hands-on cares, those hands-on methods, because they themselves are clueless about what to do. Especially, and of course this is especially hard, as Dr. Fariza has said, if the parents themselves are struggling economically. They have to juggle both between raising their early children, teaching them how to write, teaching them how to speak fluently in, I don't know, maybe Bahasa or English, and they also have to, I don't know, maybe juggle between jobs, or maybe even try to get themselves admitted to companies that have laid off so many people before. So yeah, there's definitely so much pressure, and once again, the policies implemented, I don't see them have reached early children enough.
Okay, thank you, Miss Felicia, for this statement. Maybe, yeah, I agree with you. To teach childhood is a little bit tricky, right? Because they're, yeah, sometimes they're crying or something, a little bit bored with the study through the online. I'm an adult also, sometimes feels very bored when I have to learn via online platform. How about the kids? I cannot imagine about that. So yeah, thank you for the your statement. That's very impressive. And then this is my third question. Maybe it's for the both speakers. As Miss Felicia, as before, there's many like a government to implemented the policy. So my question is, maybe you can say that the specific program among the government stakeholders or private sector or family to close the learning gap and to make sure there's no one left behind. And then I would like to hear a statement from Dr. Fariza first. Maybe you can, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks again, Laras. Yeah, of course, I do agree. I 100% agree with what has been mentioned by Felicia, that a solid policy needs to be developed or redeveloped or revisited, to make sure that all parties, all stakeholders are together and are able to know what are their actual role in this, ecosystem. Because maybe before the pandemic happens, parents are not specifically involved in their children's aspect of teaching and learning. But since students are, taking their teaching and learning from home, and because parents also need to be working from home, therefore they are under the same roof, and then indirectly or perhaps directly, parents are involved their children's having, to make sure that the timetable is followed.
Hello, Dr. Fariza.
Hello?
Yes.
I was disconnected, right? So sorry about that. Okay, what about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, with clearly.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, but of course, maybe, but I have seen that there are also efforts done by even in Malaysia. We have two ministries. Yeah, the first one is Ministry of Education, that caters to schools, or preschools, primary schools education, as well as secondary schools. And on the other hand, we also have the Ministry of Higher Education, that covers the higher education or after school education, whether for universities or community college or polytechnics and all that. Yeah. But all this while, I have seen that in Malaysia, there are guidelines given or issued by these ministries on how to support teachers, especially on how to lessen their burdens, and at the same time to retain students' attention. For example, for teachers, they are given guidelines on how to conduct teaching and learning, don't follow the original or the actual timetable. In other words, that teaching and learning for a day session, for example, would only involve one or two subjects rather than 5 or 6 subjects if we follow the actual timetable. And in between the synchronous and classes, students will be given sufficient time to have a rest and then to wind them up, and then so that when they enter the next session or synchronous session, then they will be more fresh and then will be able to take part in teaching and learning. For example, in higher education institution as well, for from the part of the Ministry of Higher Education, we also are given guidelines on how to make sure that the teaching and learning is done during a flexible hours. The assessment aspect is also being given a focus on, where we are encouraged or we are emphasized to conduct continuous assessment. For your information, for example, in my own faculty of Education in University Kebangsaan Malaysia or National University of Malaysia, we for our students. But as an alternative, we give them a the learning outcome is still achieved by the students, and then at the same time, it doesn't give more burden to both parties. So, but of course, I think, the voices from the field, like parents and teachers and students, needs to be combined together so as to come up with a better plan. Because we don't know, we never know how much longer the pandemic will last, right? So I think, the policy, a better policy on how to make sure that all these parties are are able to play their roles, and at the same time doesn't suppress themselves from doing their job at the same time. So I think that's all for now. Back to you, Laras. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fariza. Maybe for Miss Felicia, did you have any addition statement?
I would like maybe to a little bit talk about what has been said about government policies that Indonesia has implemented so far. And when I did talk about how it was lacking for early childhood, for early children, especially preschool aged, but for the ground up, I mean like for elementary and other higher levels like junior high and high school students, I do think that the government has tried very much to do whatever they can, and that is to make the internet access and the materials very accessible via internet, or maybe they put it on websites, they put it even on our national television, some of the materials to reach people who have not internet access, maybe they live in remote areas and such. But then again, when we talk about partnerships between these factions, between governments, between communities, between schools, there have been independent partnerships that I have definitely seen, and I have definitely said that it was worth it. Some of the partnership is called Inovasi or Innovation, which is a joint program between Australia and Indonesia, especially that has started in 2016. And they focused on increasing literacy and numerical abilities among the teachers who teach those materials, and also among the students and the parents about the importance of reading and writing and being able to do basic maths. And the thing that is most important of all, they try to eliminate inequality and boost e-learning programs. And those two are especially needed in times like this. And the way I see it, that we need this kind of programs even more, not just one or two programs managed by two partnerships, a partnership between two countries, but we need a micro-scale programs that sees partnerships between stakeholders, maybe schools and communities, and also teacher communities, and also probably between parents as well. Because as we see it, we need definitely a community to support parents both mentally and also materialistically. And that can be achieved if we can make things like support group system for parents, for teachers, and also to connect both the parents and the teachers so they can share materials and encourage each other. I have seen this implemented, but only independently. So in a very microscopic scale, for example, between schools, or maybe in some elite schools only who have the capacity and the budget to do this. But in some private schools, especially that are not really high on the socioeconomic scale, or maybe they are quite on the cheaper side, I don't see it happening so much, and I don't see it happening in a wide scale. So, yes, I would very much like to see more partnerships when it comes to bottom-up approach, which is from the teachers and the schools themselves, which they can try to ally themselves with the parents, and that way they can help the parents to also guide their children better when they're doing online schooling at home. Right, that is for me.
Okay, thank you, Miss Felicia, for the statement. It's very impressive. And then maybe this is the last question for us during this session, during this discussion. We're talking about the learning gap. So I would like to Miss Felicia and Dr. Fariza, in your opinion, how to promote equality in the sector educations, and then what levels of education then can be the most effective level to promote about equality. So maybe Dr. Fariza, you're the first. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry if I keep disconnecting from this session. Yeah, not sure why my internet connection at my home is not that stable today. So right, yes, we have been talking about how this pandemic had given an impact on the way education is being carried out, not only by from the perspectives of teachers but also students as well as parents, and perhaps from the policymakers themselves. They also have their own some kind of insights on how to make sure that all these issues are being given or being addressed, so that whatever happen can be lessened, and at the same time to make sure that everyone is protected. As I mentioned earlier, the well-being, the stress level are actually raising up. There are many cases where students are now dropping out. They just don't want to attend the schools just because this just merely because their parents just said that we don't want our students or our children to go to school physically, because now we are also having a blended, right, we have alternate week. For example, for group A students, they will be going to school for 1 week, and then the next week the group B will go to school, and then they will alternately go and back forth like that. So but and just merely because the parents just said that we don't want our children to go to school because we are just afraid that they will be infected by COVID-19. But does it solve the problem? Yeah, does it solve the problem? And then we also want to look at how then this inequality or these disparities between the groups of students can be settled. As we mentioned before, the factors why this inequality happens, because to me the first is access. Yeah, if we still need to conduct teaching and learning prevent this online learning to be conducted very well needs to be addressed. The first one is internet accessibility. If we think that one of the factors that brings the gap learning gap was because of the internet connectivity, then something has to be done to solve this. Yeah, for example, if in Malaysia, the ministry actually has also collaborated with partnership. Yeah, for example, YTL, where students are given SIM cards with data plan, so to make sure that they are able to have internet access when they are at home. That's one of the examples. But of course, the scale is might be still small. The coverage might be doesn't cover all students from all parts of the country. So that one has to be tackled. The other one is the learning material. Yeah, if we can solve the first one, internet accessibility, then we only move on to the second one, the quality of learning materials. Yeah, and the quality of delivery. How can we then make sure that whatever we as educator want to convey to our students are received very well by our students? Or in other words, how can we as educator make sure that by giving or providing them this kind of learning materials, students will understand it, will reach some level of understanding as much as we expected them to. So that is another factor that may create the learning gaps. Yeah. So in this sense, I think all educators need to be well prepared in terms of their TPAC. Yeah. TPAC is actually technology, pedagogy, as well as content knowledge. So when we have these three packages done together, yeah, integrated together, we of course, as educator, we have content, right? We know our syllabus, we know our curriculum. We also need to choose the best technology or what kinds of learning materials that at the end can help our students to achieve or to obtain the goal that we have set for them. And the third one is about pedagogy. This is also a tricky issues or among the issue that has been raised by teachers. Some teachers in schools. I also was invited to give a workshop for lecturers in higher educations about pedagogical skills. They said to me, some of them said to me that, Dr. Fariza, we know how to conduct a class. We know how to manage our class when the students are in front of us physically. But what if when every time we are giving our synchronous session, students turn off their camera? We don't know whether they are there or not. Yeah, classroom management. We don't know how to gain their attention. Yeah, what kind of tools that can we use to spur a collaborative learning among our students? Yeah, maybe you will have about 60 minutes for synchronous session with your students. You can't just merely give lectures, yeah, because students concentration span is not that long enough if they just listen to you. Instead, pedagogically, you need to think more creative on how to make them an active learners. So in this sense, teachers need to think about the best pedagogical skills or the best learning activities that can, at the end of the day, make sure that students are satisfied, students are happy with the learning, and more importantly is that student gain something from the learning experience. So this is the way how we then try to pedagogical
Hello.
skills. Hello. And then, okay, the first one is internet connectivity. The second one is about pedagogical and, of course, technological skills. And then the third one, I think I forgot to mention just now, Laras and Mrs. Felicia. Um, we know that in our students, in our society, there are students or learners who are with different or special needs. Yeah, we need to also be aware that these students with this kind of disability that they already have, if we don't do something to cater for their needs, then they will always be left behind and the gap will be broadened. So, for example, in Malaysia, we have also launched the IOER policy. It stands for Inclusive Open Educational Resource Policy by the Ministry of Education, and I was actually one of the committee's members who developed this policy by UNESCO. So in that policy, we emphasized on the awareness of educators or developers, contents that you are trying to develop. Make sure that the elements that also there. For example, if you want to come up with the multimedia elements, right? Multimedia learning materials. So make sure that apart from having a catchy sound or background, you may want to put the subtitles underneath. Okay, so as to cater students with the deaf students, or maybe you might want to have interpreter, bahasa isyarat, right? So the sign language interpreter together embedded at the some of the area in that multimedia, or perhaps for blind students, what can they learn if you just give them a multimedia with a catchy a catchy music without any narration? They can't see but they can hear. So this is, I think, one of the awareness that that it is the ministry is trying to disseminate among educators. And I was understood that currently there are series of trainings conducted by the Ministry of Education in Malaysia to all higher institution education about this IOER, so as to make sure that in the near future that not only because of the internet access, not only because of the capacity of teachers, but also to cater for the students from a special needs, so as to make sure that everybody receive equal treatment, equal kinds of learning materials, and at the same time to make sure that everybody is happy with what they are doing. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you. Sorry for taking too long.
Okay, never mind, Dr. Fariza. Okay, for the Mr. Felicia, did you have any statement?
Dr. Fariza has expanded a lot on different subjects about inequality, so I would just like to have it go from where she left. And I would say that a level that would be most effective to, in a sense, test out policies to mend these gaps is, again, from the kindergarten or maybe from a preschool age. Why? If we want to change policies and we would like to see effective changes in the education system overall, we have to start from the ground up, right? Of course, because this is a pandemic, this is a crisis, it kind of envelopes every part or every level of education from high school, college, junior high school, and so on. But then again, I think preschools and kindergartens cases these days really capture the stark fact that inequality has actually been there for quite a long time before the pandemic ever happened. If we were to say that policies or school policies are one or the most impactful things that are that cause inequality between students and between schools, then that has already existed years before this pandemic. For example, one kindergarten, let's say kindergarten A, they kind of try to teach their students, or in a sense they teach their students to learn to read and write from such an early age, to the point that when they are prepared to go to elementary school, they have learned the basics of literacy or the basics of arithmetic skills. But in kindergarten B or maybe in preschool B, such a policy is not implemented. So we can see differing policies even between schools that are not regulated or standardized by the government. And this inequality has already created some kind of breaches between preschool students who are then going to elementary levels. And this kind of inequality only gets worse and only gets zoomed in when we go into a pandemic or when we get ourselves into this mess of a crisis. And then again, UNICEF and UNESCO has stated that because of these breaches, because of the inequality and the inefficiency and ineffectiveness of online learning that not so many people before the pandemic have adopted, students this day could lose up to 17 billion US dollar of lifetime earning or income because of the learning gaps. And it's not a number that we can kind of laugh at because it's their future that is at stake. So when we talk about effectiveness of any teaching method or any curriculum or any policy, then we have to talk about their needs. We have to talk about students' needs, teachers' needs, parents' needs, and schools' needs. Are those needs managed? Are those needs can be met by the policies? So first things first, I would really like to propose that the government do a national or international wide scale and gather quantitative and as well as qualitative data and use many kinds of methods that are available that we call need analysis. Because if we don't really capture the needs of the many using the quantitative approach and we don't cater to the needs of the few using qualitative approach, I don't think we can really say what's going to change and what can be changed. Policies can be made, but they may be made just by hunches or just by what the government or what the policymakers think people need, not due to the real needs of those people. So that's one thing that I would definitely want to see happen to boost the effectivity or the efficiency of any policy that we are going to make is to first lay up the groundwork for a big scale or quantitative need analysis for all schools, for all different levels of education, and then categorize them separately and to think about them and see them in a wider perspective. And only from then can we tackle those needs. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Miss Felicia, for your answer. Actually, we have to gonna move to the Q&A session, but I think there's no one question until right now. But I have an interesting from the Dr. Fariza's statement. Maybe it's out of the context. I'm here that the government from Malaysia have a collaboration with what is it provider to give a free provider to the student in the Malaysia. Is it effective to solve the problem about internet connection gap in the Malaysia?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Laras, for the question. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that it has been done by the Ministry of Higher Education. Yeah, they have collaborated with YTL, one of the telecommunication company, and then what they did was they provided that what they call the system or the initiative as the data plan assistance. Yeah, to the students so that to make sure that students are able to because we received a lot of complaints by our students because not all students are using a postpaid data plan, right? Some of them are using a prepaid. So imagine if you need to be online or Zoom for 1 or 2 hours per day at least, then of course it will use up your data plan. So that is one of the initiatives. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the scale might not be that mass. The coverage of students might not that doesn't cover all the students who are in the needs. But at least, of course, based on this initiative, I think a bigger scale initiative that should be done. Yeah, and then of course, what else what was done by the Ministry of Higher Education was that they managed to secure or they managed to get the data who are the B40 students, meaning that underprivileged students. And then I've got to know that our own minister, Datuk Narani, she went to the actual place, she visited the student at their homes and then gave them laptops. So happy seeing that they are given a support, enough support. But of course, again, scale a larger scale of initiatives should be done by the ministry. But can maybe I can add a little bit more, Laras and Felicia and all. So yeah, I have been talking about Ministry of Education. Yeah, in Malaysia, as I mentioned, we also have another ministry, which is Ministry of Education. um, Another collaboration with companies. Yeah, they collaborated. The Ministry of Education Malaysia collaborated with three companies, big companies: Google, Microsoft, and Apple. And they came up with an initiative that they call as a DELIMA, or Digital Educational Learning Initiatives Malaysia, DELIMA. What happened in this and how DELIMA works is that they gather every single learning materials, yeah, in one platform, and then all the teachers are able to get onto the platform and then download and use that learning materials. It's just like crowdsourcing. Everybody, let's say if I'm in Kuala Lumpur, I have 10 learning materials, so I submitted to this, and then they will be able to get an access to it. So will can also different part of Malaysia can also use that, and all these and also students. In Malaysia, teachers are widely teachers in schools, in Malaysian schools, they use Google Classroom a lot. You know that using Google Classroom, there are lots of integration with Google, right? You can use that as your learning management system. You can put your instructions. You can also ask students to submit their assignments through this platform. So I think Apple is also one of the companies that joined this collaboration. Using Apple, teachers are given trainings, yeah, by the Apple distinguished educators or the Apple teachers on how to create their own learning materials using iPad or MacBook. So I think just to highlight, yeah, the initiatives that has been taken by the organization. Hello?
Hello? Yes, still connected, Dr. Fariza.
So sorry about that. Some of the initiatives that has been done by these two ministries in Malaysia.
Okay, that's a very impressive policy. I think maybe it can be like what I have to say, inspire the policymaker to make policy to effective to solve the learning gap during this pandemic. So I think there's so many things maybe we can talk together, but the time is limit. There's only 5 minutes more. Maybe I would like to say thank you to the speaker, to Mr. Felicia, to Dr. Fariza to join this session.
No
Maybe
problem.
it disrupt because this is a weekend and it's a truly big honor that you want to join in this session. So maybe I would like a conclusion from this session. Yeah, pandemic is a very challenges for us, not for one country, for all around the world, not only for development countries, but undeveloped countries are very struggle to solve about it. And pandemic also have a domino effect because it's give a direct impact to many sectors, especially for the education. And I think to solve these problems, especially for the learning gap, is not about responsibility for government, parents, but it's all of us. All of us have a responsibility to solve this problem for learning gap, family, parents, and then friends. Maybe they can help to solve these problems about the learning gap, because yeah, education is a crucial sectors. Maybe it can help a country to make development and bright their futures. So I would like to say thank you to one more time to all the speakers here and for the participants also. Maybe before we close this session, we will take a photo session. the host will be take a screenshots. Okay, 1,
Sure.
2, 3, smile. Okay, I think it's done.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for all the speaker and the participant. I hope our discussion today will be give insightful. Yeah, it's a very insightful for us, and maybe it's a very can be inspired for all of us here. Thank you. Goodbye for Dr.
Thank you so
Fariza.
much.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a nice day. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye.
Happy weekend.
You too. Bye bye.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say welcome to EdHeroes Asia 2022 Malaysia chapters. I hope you still join us, still together with us, and you are in a good condition, blessed with happiness. And let me introduce myself first. My name is Langgeng Larasati. You can simply call me Laras. Currently, I'm a student of International Relation major in Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. Today, in this session, we will discuss about the private sector community strategic partnerships in education. So this is a very interesting topic to discussing together. And there was great speakers today was joined with us together. On this session, we were talking about education sectors. Maybe, as you know, is a crucial sectors. And then, as you know, that education may be needed many supported, not only for the government, but also from the private sector to make it the education is being better. So there's some speakers today. There's Mr. Dito Aryo Tejo as a chairman runs Peak Basketball and runs Cilegon Football Club. Hello, Mr. Dito. Did you hear me?
Iya, betul-betul.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Mr. Dito. And then the second our speaker is Erika Widyaningsih as a director of Rumah Kebangsaan. Hello, Miss Erika.
Hello,
Hello.
Laras, and
Hi.
everybody, and also Mr. Dito. Sorry to hear you cannot be able to join with the video.
Yeah, Mr. Dito. I hope you get well soon, yeah.
Thank you very much, Miss Erika and Miss Laras.
Okay, so today maybe the discussion will be started. We were talking about the private sectors and community strategic partnership in education. As I said in the introduction, that education is need many supported, maybe from the private sector and the community also to make the education is being better. So my first question is, we have to say, in your opinion, which aspect the private sector and the communities are taking a part to build a good education? Maybe for Miss Erika, because you was being the beautiful today, you answer the question first.
Okay, thank you, Laras, for the opportunity. And well, I will say that education is very important for us, especially in this in Indonesia or development countries. We do really need educations because it will improve our peoples not only on knowledge but also in experience. We cannot depend only in the governments because it's our responsibility, families' responsibilities, our neighborhoods, schools, and also private sectors. If we say private sector, is not only for civil society organizations, but also include companies, private sector companies, and others. Yes, if we say educations right now, what I see from my point of view, we still, I mean, like the government still think that educations since in a very conventional systems. But for now, where the technologies and all the globalizations happening all around of the world, we need innovations. Of course, education systems also need innovation. So that's why we need not only the governments to in charge in the organizing the education systems, but also the private sector. Because why? Because I see that private sector is more, I think, is more creative, can bring more innovations, technology to education system. So that's what we need right now.
Okay, thank you for your statement, Miss Erica. Maybe for Mr. Dito, did you have any additional statement for the questions?
Yes, maybe I add a little that for me, for us, maybe in the private sector, uh, we and our team is focused on developing skill and talent because it is sometimes lack of developing skill and talents at the school. So outside, we as an extracurricular or an extra academy outside, we focus on developing skill and talent as an education to make people ready for work, something like that. In my opinion.
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Mr. Dito. This is very interesting. Maybe I would like to the next question, as Mr. Erica said that the private sector is more creative to transfer the technology, and yeah, maybe it can very help to build a better educations. For my next question is how significant that community or private sector to make it a partnership, maybe to build a better education. Yes,
Uh,
Erika.
yeah, I think it's very significant. It's very important for the collaborations between the governments, private sector, or private sector and private sector. Why? Because if we talk about educations, it's not just about one stakeholders. It's very broad. So we need to think about what we can do for others, and we have to fill in the gap that we don't have. Like what Mr. Dito said, that Mr. Dito and friends, they are more be focusing on developing skills and talents. Mr. Dito can also working on collaborations with other maybe civil society organizations, private sector, either companies or foundations, and also the governments, because I think there will be always will be a gap in our organizations, either it's governments or private sector. We can fill the gap only with the collaboration. So I think it's very significant and it's very important to work in collaborations, because I think everybody who works in educations, either it's soft skills or hard skills, they have a good they have a good heart to give people knowledge, experience. So I think it will be best to work together.
So yeah, okay, thank you, Miss Erica, for your statement. So I think I'm agree with you. The private sector maybe gave a significant contribution to make a good education sector. So maybe for Mr. Ardito, did you any additions?
Yes, maybe. Uh, so, as far as we know, that in our country, in Indonesia, the budget for education is 70% of uh, our nation total budget yearly, annually. But it's never enough to cover our wide country from Aceh to Papua. So it's definitely government still need support from private sectors, a collaboration like Ms. Erica said. It's undeniable. It the children of Indonesia need support from every stakeholder that care about them, so they can really develop their education level to the maximum, to the optimum, but also the soft and hard skill, like Miss Erika said, because it's important in nowadays. It's really a new world with a lot of innovation and technology. We're facing a new world out there. So it's the government really needs support from the private sector and collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dito, for the statement. It's a very impressive. Maybe as the Mr. Dito say that the government is need support from the private sector and community to build better educations. So maybe my question is how to make relations or the partnership between the government and the private sector and the community is sustained, because sometimes what we gonna see sometimes when governments and have a real partnership with the private sector or a community is just for the short period, and then how did you think to make the partnership between the governments and to with community and with the private sector to sustain, because to build better education is need a long terms. For
So
Mr.
I'll
Erika, maybe
first.
you can first.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
maybe
okay.
Mr. Rita, you can
Okay.
first.
So, sorry. So for me, it's a lot easier because I'm in a political party too. So I have a connection to the government and the people in the state representative. But that's what I do too. I bridge other organization and communities to the government, to the ministry as well. So the program of the ministry and the government is uh, doing some collaboration, and I help bridge them. But for a lot of people, it's so hard to, like you said, like Miss Lara said, it's hard to collaborate with the government. But it's one thing that have a political affiliation to the government, but we also need strength in communities to make sure that to the for the government sure that we doing something right. It's a two-way. It's the two-way connection. So I personally believe that the government, although it's a regime change, a government change, but we have same same goals to get children a better education.
Okay, Mr. Dito, Mr. or Miss Erika, did you have any additions to it?
Okay, thank you. Yes, just like what Mas Dito said, that collaborations between private sector and the governments is very important, especially to make sure that the program for education is sustained. But again, I will say that we who works in the private sector, in the foundations, in the civil society, uh, it's not the only way. We cannot depend 100% in the governments because, uh, as you may know, that the governments also have limitations. It's not as flexible for me. It's not as flexible as we who are outside the governments. Um, Including about the budget. So I think if we talk about collaborations, it's not always related to materials like money, but it can also relate to laws, regulations, either in the national level or in the regional level, or the simple thing maybe is the access. For example, there are civil society or the private sector who needs data on how many kids in Papua. If we talk about educations in Indonesia, it's very challenging because um, all these times, all these years, our education systems is more focused on the in some part of regions in Indonesia. We know that educations in East Indonesia is probably more. We need more support in East Indonesia. So sometimes all we need is the access from the governments or regulations from the governments to make sure that we who works in the private sector or outside the governments can do our project, can do our programs. If we talk about funding, sometimes the private sector don't really need as much as that money. What we need is voluntarisms. That's what we have. That's the strength that us in the outside of the government have. Flexibility, voluntarisms, and also social responsibilities. So I think there will always be what it's called a gap that we can fill each other. We in the private sector, we can give maybe more time than the governments. We can go and live in the rural area more than what the governments can do. But I agree with Mr. Dito that the governments can give us privilege for private sector, such as giving us access to go to or give us data.
Okay, thank you for Miss Erika. I have an interesting statement from you that the government is need a focus to the education in the East regions. Hello, Miss Erika. Okay, and you turn off your camera. You say that in Indonesia, maybe in Indonesia cast that the government is a need to focus maybe for the student in the East regions. So did you think that the government right now, the policy of the government right now is doesn't focus, doesn't have equality focus for all regions in Indonesia, or for all around region in Indonesia? Just from some region or something like that?
Yeah, well, that's the fact. Yeah, I mean, like, if you Indonesia is very challenging. The area is very challenging. In the west and in central Indonesia, we can see that it's not the regions is probably consists only in big islands. But if we go to East Indonesia, we are going to say more of the regions are involving islands. Like example, in NTT, there are like hundreds of small islands, and almost all of the islands, they have people, they have community. But if we talk what the government can do for them is, well, because the government is not like I said, flexible like us. So there are maybe places that the governments can go, or maybe the governments don't have more flexible time to go to the a rural area. So I think that's our the gap that private sector like us can give.
Okay, it means that there's a gap in happening in the sector education between one region and other regions. In case of Indonesia, and then private sectors and the community can contribute, maybe, yeah, to help the government to to close that gap. So maybe my question is how the private sector and the community to do to close the gap between in education sectors, especially to close that gap. Maybe for Mr. Dito.
Yes. I strongly support Miss Erica statement that there's a lot of equality not in just education sector, uh, from the west, central, and east region in Indonesia. And how do we how do we help, and how the private sector can help, as we all know that Indonesia is rich in natural resource, and most of them is in the east region, like Sulawesi, Maluku, Papua, NTT. It's rich in natural like coal, mining and gas, oil. It has a lot of foreign investment. So I think the government and the local to have to. Now I'm not advising, but just to make a policy that some kind of strong-handed the foreign companies or others, the private sectors, foreign or local, to really develop the locals in education. First of all, that's one thing to do, and I think a lot of that companies already do their CSR, their corporate social responsibility, in a good way. But the communities, the civil society also have to make sure that the program they do is really uh, targeting the right people and the right motive, not only just to spend their CSR to make people happy, or just to for the government, for the chief of region of or like that. So I think there's a lot to do for a country like Indonesia to make equality to all regions. But I think we also have the strength, the strength and the will to do that. So we must do it together from the private and the government.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Dito for the statement. Just a very impressive, both of you. The statement is a very impressive and a very insightful. So maybe after this, we have two questions for the participants. For maybe you can answer these questions. Can you give? This question is from Nathan Yuri. Based on your experience, how do you see the significance of partnership from diverse sectors can build society and improve well-being? Maybe for Mr. Erika. I see you was ready to answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions for Nathan Yuri. It's a very good questions. Well, based on my experience, it's very, very significant for uh, diverse sectors to build and improve well-being. For examples, I learned that during the pandemic, especially in the beginning of the pandemics, I had a lot of communications with our friends in the rural area. What the problem is during the COVID, when the children have to they have to what called work from home, school from home. Yeah, it affecting their daily life, especially when the technology cannot support 100% in their area. They have the gadget, but they don't have the quota to buy or money to buy the quota. And that's where the community and then voluntarism to give educations to organize a small school for the children around the area. So for the what's called a protocol, health protocol, they still doing it at that time. So at that time, what me and our communities at that times, we are collecting books from our friends, our colleagues, our families, and then we send it to them. We send it to our friends in the rural area, also in the very in the small islands. I think I remember that we send it to Papua and we send it to Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, for our friends with children who are still want to have educations. Especially the younger one, because during the pandemics, who can access or who have the privilege to access educations. Of course, they children who have gadgets, who have money to buy the quota, or children who live in the area with signals, because that's also important. If you have the gadget, you have the quota, but you don't have signals, it's useless. So it's very significant for us from diverse sector to collaborate each other to fill in the gap. The governments can do much about it. The governments can probably like investing, building BTS in area, but how about children who don't have the gadget? How about children who don't have quota to buy the money to buy the quota? Because not everybody or families have enough money. Some or a lot of people, a lot of family, they lose their jobs. The parent lose their jobs. They don't have money to buy the quota. So small things is matter. We don't have to think big. We don't have to think something what's called huge, but we can do small things. So it's matter for us how small it is. It depends on the willingness, just like what Mr. Dito said, the willingness and our loyalty to our community. So start from ourselves, then doing. I think that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Miss Erika, for your statement. Yeah, maybe I agree with you for started changing. Maybe it can be start from the small things, something like that. I'm agree with your statement. Oh, Mr. Dito, did you have any addition to answer the questions?
Yes, thank you. Maybe I add a little that I really like the small thing is matter, because in Indonesia we don't have to think like we must help every Indonesia. We as ourselves just need to do something in our communities, in our local communities, in our livelihood, so that we help the closest to us, and then after that we help others that in one area to another, just not one city to other city, that in a rural area, so we don't have to think big. But now as we know that in Indonesia there's a lot of platform, startup that do crowdfunding and others, that it's really significant to help people that need the most. So I think the partnership from diverse sector is really, like my first statement is undeniable. We we must do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dito. for your answer. Maybe we can next to the second questions. There's two questions on the sessions. Okay, the second question is from Chiri Chimi. Okay, your name is so cute. How do you think we can have a better collaboration that not only supports education in general, but also reduce the gap of education qualities between big cities, maybe its cities, and the rural areas? So for this question, maybe Mr. Dito, you want to answer first?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, like we already talked before about the equality, inequality, then the gap of education. So I think there's a lot to do, and from my opinion, it's a willingness, the willingness uh, of how we want to see Indonesia in the future. If we on the same page, I think the gap education, of course, if we want to talk about the technicality, it's about the curriculum and others and the policy of the government, the Ministry of Education. That now we have Gojek founder as the minister, Mr. Nadiem Makarim. He he like to innovate a lot in education and basic education. So we must trust that the government do their best, but private sector us need to think something that the government, like Miss Erika said, the government can do it all. They 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 have, maybe they have the big resource, but they can do it all because there are limitation on manpower and others. So we as a private sector need to collab, like the question before said that diverse sector need collaboration to have to reduce the gap. And like I say, in the rural area, in this country in Indonesia, we have a lot of natural resource and a lot of things. So I think just we need a we need a same we need the same goals to reduce the gap and to get a better equality for education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dito. Miss Erika, did you have any addition to answer the question?
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Mr. Dito. For me, who works in the private sector, we have foundations, we have community development programs, and what I see right now is maybe we sometimes only focusing on having something grande or big for our projects, but actually, if we look up, we have gadgets. We all have gadgets. I think most of us, we have gadgets. What we can do with our gadget is to maximize and look up on communities or organizations or private sectors or even a small movements that have or focusing on educations. For examples, I have a friend from Berlin, and she just back for good to Jakarta, and she just start her small foundations with small activities, but she started small, but she think about the sustainability of the program. We've discussed about a couple of works, a couple of collaborations that we can do, because what she did right now is for women, especially who live in Central Java. While now I'm me and my foundations, we are going to have development programs in East Nusa Tenggara. So we can collaborate. I mean, like she and her colleague and her foundations or her organizations have the resources, have the trainees, have the probably link to others communities who have the same goals like us, the same vision and missions. And what we can do is to make collaborations with them. Simple things, communications, and make sure that our movements is not just involving one communities or one organizations, but we have to gather every organizations that have the same visions and missions with us. So and also we have to broaden our friendships, our link to others NGO. Probably like I meet Mr. Dito right now, and I already think like, okay, what we can do with Mr. Dito and friends collaboration to make a program for skills developments in other area like that. I mean, like we meet peoples, and sometimes we didn't know that our meeting can be useful for us personally and our programs. So I think like that.
Okay, thank you for Miss Erica. Maybe both of you, Miss Erica and Mr. Tito, your statement and your perspective is a very useful and make me I have a new insight when I'm hear your statement. I'm very thank you. Like us, thank you for all speaker here. Maybe when we talk about education sector is a very wide. Maybe we can talk longer about education because yeah, education is a crucial sector, and when we want to discuss about it, is a very long discussion maybe. But yeah, I think because the time was limited, so I would like have a conclusion for this discussion today. Yeah, I know maybe the COVID-19 and then is a very impacted for us, and then as you know that education is a being one of the sector that's a very impacted, and then maybe not only the government responsibility to solve, maybe the private sector and the community also can contribution to make a better education, not only in Indonesia, I think in every countries, maybe the private sectors and community can give a direct impacted and contributed to make a better education, because as we know, education is a very important to make a countries to development and make a brighter future. So before we close these sessions, maybe we will have a session photos for the house. We'll just screenshot. Okay, is was ready to take a screenshot for the sessions? Okay, maybe 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, I think it was done. So I hope for Miss Erica, Mr. Rito, I hope you get well soon and get recovery very soon. For Miss Erica, maybe you stay healthy. Yeah, I really appreciate you want to join in this event, even though maybe it's disrupt because this is a weekend. Maybe it's your holiday. Thank you, Miss Erica. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. Have a nice weekend.
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to EdHeroes Asia Malaysia Chapter. We are at Track 2 Session 3, and we will have a very knowledgeable discussion about education for sustainable development. And of course, I'm going to introduce myself as the moderator for this session. My name is Timothy Joseph Utagal. I'm an international student ambassador of Tianjin University, and I am a committee of Indonesian Student Association in the Tianjin branch, Asia Oceania branch, and in the world region. And right now, I am very glad that we going to discuss about ESD today because we are going to learn specifically from our established education heroes, right? As we will learning how to be an education hero. And of course, our speaker here are a very established one. She is Professor Wandari Handayani. She is a professor at the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Diponegoro University. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in Urban and Regional Planning and master's degree in the same major at Bandung Institute of Technology and population studies in the Stuttgart University in Germany. And right now, her research focuses on urban and regional resilience, mostly in the context of disaster risk management, climate adaptation, and governance. And she has also performed as the monitoring and evaluation coordinator for several projects since 2011 and Deputy Chief Resilience Officer of Semarang City since 2015. I would like to welcome our professor today. Hello, Professor.
Hello, Mas Timothy. Just
Yes.
call me Wiwi. Yeah, my name's quite long, so yeah. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, of course. I can hear your voice, Professor
Okay.
Wiwi. Yeah, it's very nice to meet you, and thank you for your
Nice to
time
meet
and
you too.
opportunity to come with here today. Yeah, and of course, how do you do today, Professor Wiwi?
Yeah. First of all, deep apologize. I didn't really realize that there's a time 1 hour difference
Yeah,
between here and Malaysia and the announcement in Malaysia time. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thank you very much and nice again to meet you, Mas
yeah,
Timothy.
of
Yeah.
course. I am also understand. I'm also from Indonesia, and of course, we have a difference of 1 hour. But of course,
Mhm.
Professor, according to your experience right now, that we are going to discuss about education for sustainable development, and according to your experience, what do you think is really the meaning, the purpose of this developing education sustainably?
Yeah. Before I start to answer, first of all, thank you very much again for the invitation, and I'm very glad that I have the opportunity to share about the education in the context of sustainable development. And I think in the current and also for the future challenges, yeah, it will be very critical and important to accommodate and to address education as an important component to promote sustainability and to promote sustainable development, because I think that is the very basic requirement to ensure that we can promote a better future, yeah, for the younger generation, for the future generation, raising awareness, knowledge development,
Yes.
uh, more inclusive and participatory for all community to be participated in the development process. It require quality education. Yeah, that's what
Yes,
I
of
can
course.
share. Yeah, Mas Timothy.
Yes. Of course, I agree because right now we are already agreeing with one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, that is to develop the
Mhm.
quality education. And of course, according to our development, we want to empower, right, all ages for knowledge, skills, values, attitudes to address the interconnected global challenges. So, according to your perspective, what do you think is the crucial factor for us to develop education for sustainable development?
Yeah, I think I would like to bring the conversation to the when we talk about SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, they're a very famous tagline, so-called as no one left behind. Right. So we
Yes.
need to ensure that everybody has their role and responsibility to be included there in the development
Yes.
process sustainably. So the crucial part is to ensure we can process the development that way, that no one left behind, that
Yes.
everybody with various background, with different interests, different opportunities can be included optimally to the development
Yes.
process, Mas Timothy. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, of course, inclusivity, because right now we are seeing there's a lot of inequality in the education system where one have the
Yeah.
ultimate access, for example, to study abroad, to study at the various
Yeah.
sectors of the education. But there is also
Yes.
another sector, maybe in villages, that there is no access or difficult access to
Mhm.
education. And according to you, what is the first step that we have to do so that everyone can get this inclusivity?
Yeah, I think as continuing the previous conversation, there is a gap,
Yes.
right? The gap of
Yes.
opportunity, the gap of knowledge, the gap of awareness. So what we need to do that everybody, not only the government but also all the stakeholders, need to have the access, yeah, to contribute to the development of the education system, yeah, to provide a kind of platform
Yes.
for the people who may not have enough access to the education or information or knowledge, yeah, to be able to participate in the development. So we need
Yes.
to reach the the very bottom level of people, because otherwise, yeah, the gap will be become higher and higher. So I think closing the gap will be very important, not only improving the quality of the people who already have the access, but also ensuring the people who are in the, yeah, maybe, quote unquote, in the lowest level to get the access to the education, information, and knowledge. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Every part of
Mhm.
our, let's say we see at the news outlet right now at the pandemic
Mhm.
condition, there is a lot of
Yeah.
difficulties in accessing digital education, and it's important for us to start from the platform, starting from the accessibility. And of course, I want to relate this with
Exactly.
the current condition that we have on our Indonesia's
Mhm.
education, especially
Mhm.
nationally. Uh, our Ministry of Education has made proposal for national curriculum of prototype. Do you think that will be helping us to improve the platform and accessibility for every students in education Indonesia?
Yeah, in a way, I believe every policy, yeah, whatever it is, every programs, whatever it is, established for a good purpose, established
Yes,
for a good reasons, right? Yeah, there will no public policy without that expectation, right? Without that
yes,
purpose. But I'm not telling. I will not give my perception on whether it is good or not. But what I would like to say is the most important, how to bring the policy to the implementation level. So it won't
yes,
be only at the policy level, but we need to ensure whatever the policy is, yeah, in the current education system, we can make it at the implementation, at the operationalization level. I think that my bottom line would be, because I believe all the policy will is there for a good reason, for a good purpose. Yeah, Mas Timothy. Yeah.
yes. Yeah, of course, because I see there's a lot of variability where the government realized that the platform
Mm-hmm.
and access still limited. They started to have new programs. They maybe start from the high school level where you can start
Mm-hmm.
contributing in the projects, and then let's say for
Mm-hmm.
people in the lowest level, maybe given subsidies. And what I want
Yeah.
to say is that there's a different uh, projects that
Mm-hmm.
is and curriculum that is released by
Mm-hmm.
the our Ministry of Education. Do you
Yeah.
think that these steps taken by Ministry of Education,
Mm-hmm.
uh, how long can we reach to that level of sustainability? Will it be much
Yeah.
longer in the future, or are we having a plan
Yeah.
to fulfill that?
Yeah. Yeah, if we talk about the situation in Indonesia, I think it's quite complex, yeah, because
Yeah.
we are a big country with a very various characteristic, yeah, various baseline in terms of the local capacity, local human resource, and so on. So I think it will not be easy if we applied only one system that expected to be fit in all areas across Indonesian regions. Yeah. So I think that will be good if the platform or the
Yes.
policy, even whether it address, let's say, there's a lot there innovative program from the current ministry, let's say from Pak Nadiem, for example, yeah, and I really like the innovative idea, even though there are challenges, yeah, to bring it into the implementation. But anyway, we have to start it, and we should appreciate the ideas. But I think it will be good if we can consider the different baseline among regions. So we cannot expect what I call as one size that fit to all situation,
Yes.
so we need have some, yeah, combination adjustment, because let's say the situation in Java, outside Java, is different. Things like that should be well accommodated, yeah, to be ensure, answering your question, how long, whether it will be sustained or not. Yeah, it really depends on the local capacity, how we run the policy, and so on. Yeah, Mas Timothy. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yeah. every Indonesia here has a lot of different condition, and our ministry actually doing a very hard work try to integrate one system. For example, you have this condition and you want to implement this condition, but of course there is a lot of pull of criticism like, why do you do this, why do you do that project? And of course, education is something that is really variable, for that we know that there's many problems and there is no one solution. And
Yeah.
according to your experience that you have participated in a lot of different education projects, do you think there is a difference in comparison with what the government is doing before and what the government is doing now to try to solve the condition of education?
Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate the initiative from the current government when they promote the MBKM system, yeah, the Merdeka Belajar program
Yeah.
for the higher education nationally in Indonesia.
Yes.
Um, Even though at the very initial level, then we, as a part of the education system, yeah, I was shocked and had shocked in terms of I don't have any idea how we can start, yeah. But
Yes.
if we don't have any, anyway, we have to start it, right?
Yes, of
Even
course.
it is now or maybe next year or maybe 10 years from now, we need to have intention to start it. And if we
Yeah.
wait till we're ready, then we will never be able to start
Yes.
it. So I think I really appreciate the current policy. In there are a lot of innovation. Yeah, for example, I mentioned about the Belajar program, where there is a big difference for the students in the university that they will have more variation or opportunity to study
Yes.
outside their program and may have a lot of various experience rather than the curriculum that they receive, yeah, in their own study program. uh, and I think, yeah, and also of course I believe the COVID-19
Yeah.
push us in a way to move toward a more modern education system using technology. For example, now we are starting to promote maybe the MOOC, yeah, massive open online course,
Yes.
MOOC. It becomes more familiar, yeah, to all people who work in the education uh, atmosphere. And yeah, in a way there is a jump, a difference between the before and the current. And I do really appreciate, even though back to my earlier statement, yeah, we need to ensure it is not stopped only at the policy level. Then we need to really move forward to really think how to make it work at the implementation, yeah, or realization level, yeah, Mas Timothy. Mhm.
Yeah, of course, because I also see the development of what the Ministry of Education is trying to do, the development from the previous years. I also come in to realize that how the government will introduce something, sort of a Merdeka Belajar, where you can have project-based learning, you can have internship,
Mhm.
variety how the university will adapt into it.
Mhm.
So it is something new. Some people call it innovation. Some people call it that,
Yeah.
oh, Indonesia are following how international, like in UK, USA are doing. But
Mhm.
there is some people say we are not ready. How are we going to do this? But of course, as we see come along, that people realize that, oh, maybe this is a good thing. We should give the student much more experience
Mhm.
during their study, so that they have, some basic fundamental experience, not only the
Mhm.
academic side, in this education. And of course, I am curious that I also realized that you are one of the founding board members for the SDGs at Diponegoro University.
Mhm.
How is the university adapting to this new policy?
Yeah. Yeah, before I answer your last questions, yeah, I just want to add that if we really think we are not ready, then we never been ready,
Yeah.
we will never been ready if we do not want to start, so I think if we think we have innovation, then just start it, just don't wait until you feel ready, because you never been feel that way. Yeah. And and following your last questions about the
Yes.
SDGs and in Undip, I'm happy to have the opportunity to be part of the Undip SDG Center. And I think the establishment of this center provide a kind of platform for the university to uh, to monitor and at least give a kind of guideline, if I may say, to ensure that all the 17 goals within the SDGs can be carried out, optimally, in not only in the curriculum but also in all three dharma, education,
Yeah.
in the curriculum, in the research, and also in our social service or community service activity. So I think this kind of center in every university, in a way, will give a kind of platform to help all the people within the university become a bit aware, and
Yeah.
also be able to check, how far and in which way then we can ensure the SDGs already been included in our education activities, within the university.
Yeah, of course, because right now university are implementing in every way how they can implement this system. Because some students, especially me right now, I'm from university in China. This
Mhm.
implementation of Merdeka Belajar is sort of a new thing in Indonesia, but already a common thing abroad. So the students can follow the internship program, sort of like they only ask questions to the maybe to the teachers how they can do it, and
Mhm.
of course everyone can benefit from that. And if
Yeah.
Indonesia right now are starting to do that, I think it's a very good start for each university so that each
Mhm.
students can have their
Mhm.
experience before go into career.
Mhm.
And of course, I am curious, what is the biggest challenge for university to implement this system?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is because when we talk about SDGs, it includes different sectors. It is in a way multidisciplinary, and I believe with this kind of multidisciplinary characteristic, everybody will have maybe different perception, different interests, and also different way of thinking on how we can approach the goals. And the biggest challenge is how to ensure we can integrate and make a kind of synergy work, among different part within the university, or even with our partner outside the university, to make our step-by-step activities becomes more efficient, and integrative, to achieve the optimum, output, outcome, and impact of all of our activities, for sure, Mas Timothy. So
Yeah, of
again,
course.
back to the
Yeah.
integration and coordination among different education, academic activities. I think, there's challenges everywhere. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yes, of course, that is the biggest challenge of how to actually implement that. Government can make policy, but it is the matter of the people who do it in the university, in the school level, how the government will help. Subsidy, either collaboration with the international organization, or maybe from the Ministry of Education can
Mhm.
arrange some arrangements abroad.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, since this is already common at the abroad university, will the Indonesian university make practical internship as a compulsory program in universities? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just lost you. Freeze
Yeah.
for 1 or 2 seconds, Mas Timothy. Apologize for that.
Yes. May I repeat my question? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I am wondering, does the Indonesian university will implement sort of a compulsory internship or practical program for the students in the future?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, even Mas Timothy, it has been that way actually since
Yeah.
in the last decade. It's only the questions is not whether it will include internship or not, but how many credits. You know,
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
how many credits or how long that the university will allow the students to have the experience outside their study program, and it's quite challenges because I think every study program has their own reason, yeah, not to give yeah more opportunity for their students to participate in activities outside the study program or outside the campus. But I believe with the current situation supported by the national policy by the current government, um, they will be progressing. There will be, I think, our curriculum will be progressing and added to the point. Actually, now we are also being motivated by national government also to make our study program to be accredited internationally, and to be accredited internationally, then we need to provide international curriculum standard, international academic activities with the international standards. So I think it will be progressing, and I'm quite optimistic for this, Mas Timothy. We should be optimistic. But again, yeah, Mas Timothy, the
yeah,
questions is maybe whether all the university across the country, from Aceh to Papua, from Sabang to Merauke, will have the same opportunity to have a positive progress, then
yes.
it will be another challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because I agree that it is right now progressing, and if Indonesian university can have international accreditation, as we know that only few universities in Indonesia do, I think it will not be surprising if one of the rankings of universities from Indonesia will be sort of a top 100 in the world, right? Because yeah,
Hopefully, yeah, we should be in that position not long from now. I hope, yeah. We are a big country in Asia, right? Timothy?
yeah, of course. We are one of the biggest countries in Asia with a lot of human resources. I mean, it is just a matter of time, maybe to we see how we adapting this progress. And according to you, how is this implementation of ESD can be evaluated in the future? How can we know that what progress are we in, and how can we know that we have to improve in the future? What kind of evaluation we can use?
Yeah, I think at the moment, actually, the national government already have a very clear how can I call it? Performance indicator, national performance indicator
Yes.
for each
Yeah.
university, whether they are already performed or not. There are, it will be a bit technical, but I just want to say there are eight national performance indicator that need to be achieved by each university, yeah, to be checked that they are already well performed or not. One of that, yeah, is the the performance of the alumni. So, for
Ah,
example, yeah, Mas Timothy, I know that you now study in China, right? Am I
yes, of course.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. If when you graduated and you go back to Indonesia and you contribute something, yeah, it will
Yes.
give, yeah, a very high performance for the university compared to if you, let's say, yeah, contribute yourself to other countries. It's just a very another example. What I'm trying to say
Yes.
is actually, um, there are indicators to check the performance of the alumni, to check the
Yes.
performance of the quality of the lecture, yeah, how many publication, how many research, and so on. uh, there are performance to check the collaboration between the university with different stakeholders, not only on the academic, but also with the government, with the private sectors. There are performance to check the innovation the university made, yeah, to be implemented in the real world. And I think that kind of performance indicators will guide the university to develop themselves. And
Yes.
the only questions is how we can ensure the sustainability of this, yeah, uh, continuous improvement. It will be very important, yeah, not to be stopped on this point, but how we ensure it could be continued, yeah, again for the longer time, yeah, for the future, Mas Timothy. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, I agree because as I'm also an international student study abroad, it is also a good hope for every international student of Indonesia abroad. I mean, there's a lot of Indonesian students already study abroad. Yeah, I'm also hoping could contribute into Indonesia's one day. And of course, right now I'm
Yeah,
studying in
go back to Indonesia.
yeah, of course. And we do hope also for students that are right now studying abroad. Let's improve our values that and our experience that we have studying abroad and coming to Indonesia to develop what we can do, what we can contribute to Indonesia. And of course, right now, Professor, we are going to see one of the questions from our audience. So for the questions of audience, let's see. Yes, here is how do we contextualize education for sustainable development in our society? And to what extent does ESD give hopes to address climate change issues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, but at the same time also a hard question. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. How can I say? I would like to answer this question in two perspective. Yeah. The first perspective is education for what I can call climate literacy for all people. Yeah, all people. So there are several types of education, right? Formal education and non-formal or informal education for all people. So education for sustainable raising awareness, knowledge development can be done in two ways for the people who are at the moment engaged because they are in the work at school or at the university, but also education to all people, right? Maybe they don't have opportunity to go to school and then they have to work, but we need to give them also opportunity uh, to have education at least, yeah, the awareness not only with the sustainable development in general but also climate change uh, as the particular important issues. So for the formal education, I think it will be very important to uh, also put this kind or contextualize this for the earlier child, yeah, for the younger, very younger generation. We cannot just put this idea uh, for the uh, just start, let's say, in the high school or in the university. I think it will not work because this kind of awareness need to be start as early as possible, and
Yes.
we need to also give kind of opportunity for the teacher to to provide innovative way to for the learning system. Yeah, so the children will have the chance to understand, or for example, about the climate change with in the in the real life. If we just say climate change, okay, what is climate change? Nobody maybe will understand. But if we can uh, explain that in the with the more, how to say, real situation that we can face day to day, then maybe it will attract more attention and will be easier to be understood. Yeah, and this kind of awareness that need to be started since the beginning, since the in a very early school child period. And the second is also for the whole people, yeah, maybe the whole segment of the society. I think the raising awareness need to be done in every ways using the social media.
Yeah.
uh, the technology is changing their people with different ways to be connected with the information, and we need to use all possible means, yeah, to reach these people. Otherwise, it will be difficult if we just do it partially. We need to do it comprehensively and reaching all types of all stakeholders, all the society. So everybody need to move. Yeah,
Yes.
everybody need to know, to move. That's, I think, the bottom line that I would like maybe to underline. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, of course. I hope that answered the questions. It of course we need to refer to our relevant condition that we need opportunity, we need access, we need more
Mm,
young people to say about this matter. And the
mm,
ESD that is implemented by the ministry is the one step for it. And of course, we have one more question, Professor. Let's see the
mhm.
question. According to the explanation of Professor Wiwi, how to maintain our national programs between regional development and education development in Indonesia so that they are in line with SDGs?
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nandita. Nice to meet you ya in this platform ya, Mbak Nandita. You give me also a challenging and interesting questions ya. How we maintain the national program, regional development, and education development. Yeah, I think we are again, yeah, in many discussions, I've always highlighted the importance of governance. So what I can tell to ensure not only addressing the maintaining the regional development and education development, uh, the we need to build a strong governance system. We need to build a strong coordination and communication system among different departments, among different agencies, among different level of government. And because it becomes the backbone, yeah, of the development process, we may have a very good human resource, like just what Mas Timothy has said. Yeah, there are now a lot of Indonesians who study abroad and they can go back to Indonesia and so on, but they cannot work or contribute optimally if they are not supported by a good governance
Yeah.
system. Yeah, where they can work and contribute their potential. Yeah, uh, in a way the system is work properly. So that's what are actually our big homework ya, Mbak Nandita, and also Mas Timothy, how we
Yes.
can slowly gradually improve not only the technology, improve not only the innovative works and so on and so on, but also to provide a good and strong governance system, yeah, in all sectors, and also in when we talk about education and regional development. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Nandita, for your questions, and thank you, Sean Min Ho, for your previous question. And of course, Professor, I would like to conclude for this session today. And of course, it is very important for us to develop our opportunities for the education for sustainable development. It is very important for our relevant condition in the society, government. Government has done a very big step on creating the policy on instructing universities, schools to make a new system, whether it is practical, whether it's collaboration, project-based education. But it is the matter, of course, how all the people, all the institution that is involved to create this policy to happen. It is actually the matter of time. And of course, as Professor said, communication is key because right now we are in the pandemic condition, which makes physical contact or anything difficult. But communication, we are already being eased right now. Digitally, we can communicate with each other. And of course, policy from government, we can implement it easily. And government also realized that, especially Indonesia, that we have very good human resources that are currently right now, many studying abroad, many have made inspiration. And right now we have one from Indonesia of education heroes. I mean, this is all are very useful, are very informative that we have the quality that we have, but it is also government. You need to support us our education, right? You want education to be equal around the country and in line with the SDGs. You need to give us a real impact and support us from the beginning that you create the policy until we can reach to our target in the future. And of course, Professor, we want to reach 2045, right? The golden age, the golden generation of Indonesia in the future, right? So I think we can start from there. Our goal is so far ahead, and I think it's very fruitful our discussion here today. And of course, Professor, I think after this we will have a photo session. So thank you so much for your time. And yeah, so host, we are prepared to have a photo session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mas Timothy. Nice to meet you, and hope we will have other opportunity to meet again in person, not virtually.
Of course, I hope as well, since very good discussion. And of course, Professor, I'm very impressed with your experience, especially that you have made steady contribution not only to the communities, but you work together with the government.
And don't forget, go back to Indonesia when you have graduated. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I want to create my values, collect experience, and of course, I would have a very good contribution for nation in the future. And yeah, so that is the
Yeah.
end of our session today. Thank you so much, Professor. I wish so much success for your future endeavor as you are the lecturer and also very good contributor for education heroes that we are already discussed today. Thank you, Professor.
Most welcome. All the best for you too. Thank you. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye bye, Professor. Yes, that is everyone for this session today about education of sustainable development. So I think this is very interesting topic, and we will have a very short break, and we will continue to the next session. See you soon. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to session 4 of the Education Heroes Malaysia Chapter. And we are already at track 2, session 4. We are going to talk about engaging in digital learning. So, right now, it's very relatable topics for us. And of course, we are going to have a very good speaker today. And we have going to have Mr. Chin Tan as a CEO of Reskills of Education Technology Company that is already have a very decorated achievements. Good afternoon, Mr. Jintan.
Hello, hi, Timothy. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? This is a double check.
Yes, yes.
All
Yeah, of
right,
course.
great.
And allow me to introduce you further. You are a CEO of Reskills Education Technology and your principal partner at the Think Big Venture Capital. And you have been focusing on empowering the learning platform for aspiring learners to master coaches via interactive and real-time learning. And also, you are a very great achievement on Malaysia of G40, right? It's a very
Yes,
wonderful
correct.
achievement of yours. Congratulations. Very good achievements for you as individual achievement. And of course, you also serve as a National Business and Economic Affairs Commission Chairman at GCI Malaysia. And of course, you are a recipient of numerous Entrepreneur Excellence Award, and you have completed your education from Inti International University and College. And yeah, thank you for coming and thank you for your time today, Mr. Chintan.
Thank you, Timothy. Thank you for your warm introduction. You got all the information correctly and updated very fast.
Yeah, of course. And Mr. Chintan, we will be accompanied by one more speaker today. That is Miss Sari Puspita Dewi, a doctoral student from PhD in Translation Studies, School of Humanities Languages in the Faculty of Arts, Design and Architecture of the University of the New South Wales, Sydney. Hello, Miss Sari.
Hi, Timothy. Hi,
Yes.
Jintan.
Yes, thank you, Miss Sari, for your time and opportunity. And of course, I have known you from the YouTube that you have done, Miss Sari, that you have shared many educational and motivational videos. Especially what I am being inspired so much is by your scholarship application experience of the Indonesian Endowment Fund or the LPDP scholarship, which you were awarded right at the end of 2019. Yeah, we are very grateful that you can hear. Thank you for your time and opportunity.
My pleasure.
Yeah, of course. And for let's start today. It's about engaging learning. So basically, right now that we have right now have so much condition that we have to do digital learning today. We seek to ensure like inclusive and equitable quality education. We try to promote engagement through active learning through this digital learning. So I think I would ask to Mr. Chintan first. What do you think is engaging learning through digital platforms?
All right, thank you, Timothy, for your question. I just want to say hi to Miss Sari as well. Uh, so before I come into your question, I want to give a short introduction about what is reskill. All right,
Yes.
I'm not in the education field all this while. I'm more into the tech field, right?
Yes.
Uh, when the pandemic hit back in 2020, with all my experience in all this tech, I saw a gap that need to be filled up in the education and learning industry, where
Yes.
Reskill was born at the time. With my past experience, with whatever I know, I built something to cater for the education and learning, which I foresee with this pandemic. There's a lot of changes, behavior, a lot of adaptation need to be done towards this. And this was not at the best time with this pandemic came across. I think that was the right time to push forward. So I just want to assure that Reskill, we are focusing in education technology, building a platform to enhance the learning ecosystem. So with this, we have started for 2 years. Currently, we are serving at 60 country, empowering 500 learners. On daily basis, we have live classes, learning different kind of contents, and so on and so on. So I think with my 2 years experience running this platform, for me, I just want to tell you, is out of my planning that I do this into education, because I never is an education line kind of people. But with my 2 year experience, I may want to share with my own platform what is the user behavior. What does people really wanted. How does teachers come on board as well to enhance on all this digital learning. All right. So that's number one. So number two is, I think there's no debate anymore whether online learning should be here or that not should be there. I think this whether how do you bring it to the next level and adapt it, and also complement the offline learning. Because I always get a lot of debate whether offline or online. I say it's two different things. It's about complementing each other, and also how can do two things each other came together and enhance. Most important for the student, not for anyone else, not for the teachers, not for the government, not for anything, because the end result is what the student is getting. So on the third point, with what I say on above two, all right, today the question is, how do we get learners into more engaging into digital learning? Number one, based on our research, online
Yes.
learning there must be, but we need to study the behavior. All our classes, we do not do more than 75 minutes. Why?
Yes. Yes.
We have tried so many things. We have run thousands of live classes. Live is a keyword for me, because I don't believe video learning, pre-recorded video learning is impactful. If it's impactful, that will be 10 years ago. You will be learning from home. The human touch of
Yes.
talking to each other, like what have done today, is still part of the engaging for digital learning. So I think a live interaction is important, as if you want to do online learning. All right. Number two, timing of the classes, to make sure the student really focus at that time. How you
Yes.
not go, not shorter, not further. Uh, on our research, 75 minutes is good. After 71 minutes, you need to break, you need to do something else, and so on and so on. That is based on our research running on a few hundred thousand of students, and running live classes on a daily basis. That is number two, timing. Number three, I think today technology have helped us to give us more features, all right,
Yes.
features on conducting live classes. There's plenty of software out there that can help you. One of it, of course, you can work with Rescue, and you can the classes that you are conducting with the learners towards teachers. It must be not only talking; it's a two-way. There's question answer, there is quizzes, there's whiteboard drawing, there's something gamification going on, so on and so on. Because if you want to just talk about digital learning, you know recently the user is spoiled. There's so much interesting thing outside. When you
Yes.
come to learning, it's so boring. So that's why it's not that we want to make it learning as is some kind of a game. No, no, no. We just want to enhance the experience, the environment for the learners. So it's all because of attention span. All right. It's all of course on attention span. If you can see the video trend in YouTube, TikTok, so on. Last time 10 minutes video was good, but today is about 1 minute or 30
Yeah.
seconds. The
Yeah.
attention span is getting lesser and lesser. How do we catch them? So that is your main priority on focusing to engage with the user and learners online. So this is my input on all these things, and also a lot of statistics, a lot of try and error that we have done, a lot of experience that we have gone through. I'm always tell my circle of friends that I'm the bad boy in education. I'm a different angle. I'm trying to come in to give something new, life to the education, which is good from my experience. I do not need to follow a lot of rules and regulations, but of course, enhancing the whole environment. This is where I'm coming from.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you have been developed a very great platform at the very right time, and I am very actually very impressed with your development in skills. Only less than 1 year or about one
Mm.
year. Yeah, you already
Yeah, one
have
and a half year,
achieving.
1.5 year.
You're already achieving so much, and I think you have made an international branch as well, right?
Yes, right. Like as
Yeah,
we
of
are
course.
speaking right now, I'm in Dubai. This is a real scene. It's not a green screen. Uh, we just move
That's
our
a
base
virtual
to.
background. Yeah.
Yeah, I found that it looks like a green screen, but not. It's a real background. I'm Dubai right now, talking to you. We just moved our HQ here to
Yeah.
cater for international market, and of course we are in Indonesia as well. I have a country manager helping us to push in the Indonesian market as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And of course, it's very relatable for us, Miss Sari, at our condition of online learning. And I think you have been at Australia, right? To continue offline
Yeah.
studies. Yeah, of course.
Yes.
And I'm actually curious, what do you think before when you still study online? What do you think of the condition that you have to learn through digitally?
Yeah, I think if you want to talk about the how to achieve the knowledge and everything, I think it can be online or offline, doesn't matter. But if, like Jintan said, that we need the live touch, okay? We need
Yes.
live interaction, that human touch. So that's what makes difference. So I want to wrap up what Jintan said. That's when we think of student engagement in learning activities, it is often convenient to understand that the engagement with an activity is being represented by good behavior, positive feelings, and above all, student thinking. So it
Mm.
doesn't matter online or offline when we talk about the engaging learning. So we have to think about that three elements like that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because learning can happen through all platforms, and right now we are in the condition of digital learning. And of course, I maybe want to ask you more that right now that you are doing your doctoral studies, how do you cope yourself with the management of your time to learn digitally and also with your other activities that you have to do?
Wow, that's a great question because I still try to cope to my time management, because not only learning, doing
Yes.
my working on my research, but also managing my own YouTube channel, and also I have to run
Yes.
my Instagram, something like that. So just do it. So if people keep asking me how you manage time, just do it. When you have when you have that routine, you will get that habit. Okay, so just do it every time, every day, and then you will get the rhythm of your of your routine. So yeah, just do it.
Yeah, of course. Because there's a difference maybe that you are already feeling when you are learning online and learning face to face. What do you think are the difference that you feel are you becoming more engaged in the online learning or in the face-to-face learning? What do you think, Miss Han?
In Okay, I may say that I prefer the face-to-face learning because when we do the face-to-face learning, we can do anything. Like in online learning, when you have to think and you have to share your knowledge, share your experience or something, you have to wait, right?
Yes.
Because in the platform media, Zoom meeting or Google Meet, something like that, you have to wait. But uh, when we are facing our friends and or our teacher there, so we can when my friend looks facing like difficulty in saying something, so we can, may I help her or something, right? So
Yeah.
it should be it should be more convenient to talk face-to-face learning in a real classroom.
Yeah, I see. It's a relatable condition for me as well. And of course, I wonder, Mr. Chintan, as your experience on building this digital platform, there is actually a condition where, if we learn digitally, we are easily distracted, right, by other conditions. So, what do you think? How do you think that we can increase the engagement through digital learning?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes,
Yes.
right. Uh, I want to debate on this.
Yeah.
This is my favorite question. I think based on human behavior, human from last 100 year, 1,000 year to now, uh, physically meeting face to face is always the best feeling. No matter 100 years later, 1,000 year later, this is the basic of human character. But in order to get things done in a big way, more impactful, and of course reach out to massive, yeah, I think face to face is good. Yeah, I always
Yes.
never want to, you know, give back comment on that. But today, what are we facing? Because we are facing, we have to reach a bigger reach out. Face to face is good, but they have a lot of challenges that people in small towns, small country that cannot reach you. How can you reach Timothy when you are
Yeah.
in China? We are a very good teacher, but there's someone in a very small island that need to be teach. Face to
Yes.
face cannot reach him. All right, but of course the feeling is there. But beside than telling what is the feeling, why don't we discuss about solution? How can we bring a physical presence plus online learning environment to match together? I prefer to look for solution where this is what I want to bring out. It might be a future prediction or upcoming preparation, but I think this can be solved because to me, in doing this rescue, I'm always look on something. Number one, affordability. Number two, accessibility. Doing online, I can sell you as cheap as $1.
Yeah.
Right? Doing online, I can reach from teachers from US and connect me directly to a small town in my home that I'm not able, I got no opportunity, I got no chance to able to reach people like this. This is what I want to solve. On the physical feeling, this is what I want to do, and I'm in prepare. Everyone talk about metaverse. Everyone talk about VR, AR, even XR. I think that will be the future of solving this thing together. I can learn through anywhere from where am into something a virtual world. With
Yes.
when you come into virtual world with some kind of avatar, we can feel. I can feel you are in front of me. I can feel you in front of me. That solve that will be solve a big portion of the issue that we are talking right now to move forward.
Yes.
Maybe you can say me I'm futuristic. It's not logic, but I believe I'm pushing towards this. This is what I'm going to do, and I see this will help a lot of people. I don't want to. I don't want to solve issue that already been solved. Talking about offline and online, I want to solve. We are talking about how do we reach out to more people, impact
Yes.
in a bigger crowd, and also talk about the cost. Today, no one talk about cost. Timothy, you are very lucky you are in China. Have you thought about those that cannot be in China? I think
Yes.
99% is the problem right here. So I never want to solve the 1%. I want to solve the 99%. So that is my input. No wrong, no right. But this is what I believe. This is what I'm coming here for. And also, I think the future with the technology, I believe things will be getting better and better. That's from my side.
Yeah, of course. Well, actually, Mr. Chintan, I'm actually from I am actually still in my own country, Indonesia.
Oh,
Haven't
okay,
been
okay.
to China.
All right.
Yeah, because of the pandemic, and I have never actually been to China. But it is what you said is true. When we are still long distance, of course we need this digital platform. I have been in college for 4 semesters now. I have been like face to face learning, but of course it is what I need. I think I have the comfort and advantages that okay, I have known courses from the lecturers. I get more
Yes.
insights. I get knowledge. I can complete my course credits. I can do anything that I can do, and I can prepare, for example, language. Yeah, and of course there's a disadvantage that we can see obviously that digital learning does not have. And maybe I want to ask Miss Sari again. During your study, when you have like study online, what do you think the factor uh, that you feel that could motivate and engage you more so that you are not distracted by anything in your learning? Yeah.
Okay, when I had my online learning from Indonesia, because PhD journey is like a lonely journey. So
Yeah.
you just you and your supervisor. So I need to interact with many people. That's why I joined so many communities at the time. Okay, so
I
that
see. Yeah.
communities help me to motivate me to focus on my study, because when I study online from home, so when my kids come to me, Bunda, something like that, Mama, I want to this, I want to do this, I want to do that. So uh, there are so many distractions there. But
Yes.
when I try to focus study, you have to focus reading, you have to focus on your research and something like that. So I need to make friends with some people that have that experience like me, right? So uh, I have to join to some communities, and it worked. So that communities, that new friends can help me get the external motivation to do my research, something like that, Timothy.
Yes, of course. I am relating with that as well because right now studying online, it is actually very boring. But when I see a student association, for example, an activity, it brings me to a new experience that I do not know whether I could, like, if I think about it before, it's like, can we actually possibly doing this digitally? But when we experience it, it's actually happening. So maybe I want to continue to relate to your experience, Miss Ari. What do you think are the opportunities that we can create, that we can get through this digital learning?
Yeah, the opportunity is just like Jintan said, that we can make friends internationally, globally. So I have friends from Mexico, from Spain, from China, from Malaysia. So many people there. So uh, these advantages help me to making my network larger, right?
Yes.
Just like here, it is also based because of the network, right? I can be here, so
Yes.
I can take that advantages. But for the disadvantages, again, it is about the distraction. It is about the field, because can I say that? mm when I studied in Indonesia, I have no ambience like library or something. It's already at home. It's already in my
Yes.
bedroom. So that's the disadvantages. But I agree with Jintan that thank God, thank you for the technology that we can connect people. The technology connect people. Timothy.
Yeah, of course. It's very relate with my condition as well. I can create many new friends, and I have, like many friends that I do not know before, and I could like do activities with them. And of course, Mr. Chintan, I have a very interesting question that digital learning are already established, like in any sectors of learning through various methods. There must be an effort to make this kind of learning sort of reputable, so that the professional companies can see that digital learning can bring new and professional education for students. So, how do you think that digital learning can improve to this problem?
Yes, I think, thank you. Uh, Based on Miss Sari explanation as well, so sharing as well. I think today is a good discussion, right? Today we are gathered here. Everyone is contributing and trying to give a good solution on this issue. Yes, your question is very related, Timothy. Online learning, or what we call digital learning, was there 10 years ago. just like how Zoom, StreamYard today we are using. It was there 10 years ago, but the adoption and acceptability was not mature yet, just like how smartphone and the 3G era started. I think because of this pandemic, the whole acceptance and maturity with the infrastructure is ready to push towards the next level. Whether you prepare it today or you prepare it 3 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, but the end result is you still need to prepare for it. So maybe I'm lucky to have a chance to prepare much more earlier towards this. Like your question is, how does this digital learning get accepted by major organization from your workforce, so on and so on. Just want to tell you this is very new uh, latest news I got from what I'm doing is number one is what we call the accreditation body from international world recognition body. It start accepting, whenever you learn, it can be accredited and accepted globally with global recognition kind of certificate and so on. This is what we are working on, and that is so nice that last month we got 3 UK accreditation body to accredit whatever you learn from reskill is recognized globally, and also with whatever we have, it can move forward. I think with this, it will solve one of the big issue that a lot of organization asking whether you learn online, whether is it impactful or not.
Yes.
But why does the accreditation do this decision? Is something that they have to think about, and they already accept this will be much moving forward. All right. So with this example, real case study, I believe things is going to be changed. Yes, it's still just like whenever last time I asked you to order food delivery from your phone, you will still ask a lot of inquiry. But today the game is different. It's still a way to go. I don't think it's still at the peak yet, but it's on halfway there. Halfway there. There's another halfway things to clear. So once it's all clear, I think the online education ecosystem will be different, with much more recognition, acceptable, and also getting the real impact. Okay, why I still a very strong pushing towards online learning, because today the world is moving too fast. Whatever you learn in last 3 years is not relevant in these 3 years. And how do we adapt this? How do you change from the subject matter which we are teaching in the school, and it can be changed easily. We have to keep updated, and the attention span of the young generation that coming up is getting shorter and shorter. We need to be fast. We need to get information fast. We need to learn something fast. What I learned today, how can I use the next moment? And also I also say that people cannot use 3 years to study one thing, not even 3 months. How can I do it in 3 days or 3 weeks or even 3 hours? That is the world we are talking about. It's scary, but I foresee this is happen. So whatever issue we have, I always have a mindset is how do we look for solution. I never want to say this cannot be done, that cannot be done. Let's look for solution to complement each other, works towards to a common goal, and that is where we are talking about. So I think, based on your question, yes, we are still debating, but 1 year later, let's talk again and let's see what is the scenario.
Yeah, of course, because it is also from my own experience. For example, if I have to learn something online, for example, learning mathematics, learning chemistry, and of course, right now it is improving that you can learn more software skills. For example, you learn programming, you learn new language. I mean, you do not have to come to a physical course. Maybe you can come to the online course, and then let's say there's a certification program, you can get it. That is one of the advantage. And it is also a question whether right now it is actually accepted to some professional companies, organization. And according to you, Mr. Chintan, do you think that in the future the company will adapt to this online program and they will start accept it professionally?
Definitely, this is a big yes from me. What I believe, because I'm a boss itself. I'm an active learner itself. The question is always today. It's not good enough for you to have one skill. You need to have 20, 30. That's why if you need to be 30, tell me how can you use the traditional method and get 30 skill in a short time, no matter what, so on and so on. That's why when my platform I call it reskill, I say after the pandemic, a lot of things need to be reskilled. One skill is not enough. So when you
Yes.
talk about quantity, when you talk about quantity with bigger impact, there's only one answer for you is using the tech, all right, online and so on and so on. So with this moving forward, and you can see things will improve. Content will improve. Authority will give different green light. Everyone come to research and build better environment. I think this will be the future, and we need
Yes.
to learn things at a fast way, easy way, and then go more into practical. Spend more time into practical. No matter what you learn, it's just a starting. If you don't
Yeah.
make into action, it's still zero. So previously, you spend too much time on theory, practical some more, end up your 5 years is gone. How can I learn theory in 3 hours? And I spend few weeks in practical and move forward. And you say practical, I can tell you practical needs hands-on, right? Online, how
Yes.
to use hands-on. The metaverse is coming. The XR, VR is coming. You can learn how to fix an aircraft engine with your VR kind of Googles and hands-on and fix it and learn it immediately. I saw this with my real eyes. I saw people are building
Yes.
this. I totally was blown away. This is what I believe and this is what I see for the future. So engaging learning covers a lot of things. Digital learning covers a lot of things. So this is what my input.
Yes, yeah, of course. Because right now, maybe digital learning already have a crazy technology that could engage more students as well. And of course, let's move on to Miss Hari. Based on your switch right now from online to offline studies, do you think there's a big comparison that you feel on your experience of learning?
Actually, I still have this online learning for
Yes.
some classes. So I think I still enjoy like the so many platforms like Kahoot. We can play Kahoot,
Yeah.
uh, and then also so many artificial intelligence tools. So to improve your speaking skill, improve your vocabulary or something, I still enjoy it. But
Mm, yeah.
may I say something about that? Okay, we just already admire how the technology, but my recent research showing that my recent research about technology-based teaching learning to support education facing post-pandemic era, I found that some of the respondents, 15% of the respondents who teach in remote areas answered there is no internet connection at all. And some of them, like 5% approximately, answered that there is an adequate ICT facility. So I just want to say that besides we are admiring the technology, the ICT, the platforms, anything digital media, we need to think about that how we achieve this equal distribution of education. Okay,
Yes.
because my background is about education, so we have to think about the solution. How how that this uh, great technology is um, yeah received by so many people equally, something like that, because some remote areas schools do not have the internet connection, and how we use this ICT if we don't have this internet connection, because yeah,
Yes.
something like that. And then I just want to say that this is what we have to concern, especially in Indonesia. This is what we have to concern now, that we need to achieve that equal distribution of education, because
Yeah.
yeah, because ICT now is really used by many schools during the since the pandemic, since the COVID pandemic. I just want to say that, Timothy.
Yeah, of course. Right now, we have almost reached a critical condition of our digital learning. One side said that, okay, there's an access into technology, one side have not. I think let's just go to the concept that we are actually want to achieve right now, a transition to
Mhm.
the new normal life that is hybrid learning, that we can learn practically, sort of a face-to-face. For example, let's say there's a few restriction, and then there's digital learning. So let me ask Mr. Chintan first. What do you think is this hybrid learning? Can the digital learning adapt to this new transition of education life?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Okay, so I think, as I say, we are human beings. The best way is still physical touching. Of course, what I want to emphasize is how can we take information and learn in much more fastest way, shortest time, and get more input. Of course, the current best scenario is called hybrid. No? Hybrid, that means you're learning things, and of course, physically present. If you notice, today's in the market, there's some conference, you go to a physical venue, everyone gather, and you watch a screen. There's someone speaking from US, example. So people are adapting into this. Even you pay money to go to the conference and watch a screen. Why don't you watch at home? But people still want to go there. So that is called the hybrid model. You can
Yes.
see classes are doing conducted as this way as well. So this will be moving forward. So in order to cater this hybrid, if you talk about putting people together in fully online, that's what I shared just now. It's called the next era of virtual world, which is the metaverse learning lah. So my world is all technology. I still agree. I still agree physical is still the best, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about how do we match to complement bigger crowd. And yes, internet infrastructure, we can debate 3 days 3 nights. There is not never can be finished, because I cannot do anything, you cannot do anything. But along the way, can you
Yes.
predict 5 years 10 years down the road things are improved? And today we are talking about satellite internet that you can connect. I don't care where are you. We do not need the wires, so on and so on. As I say, the infrastructure will improve. We don't focus on the infrastructure. We focus on how to build the content, the platform, the deliverings, the distribution channel with the education product towards the user. So that is my input for this, and my focus is finding solution to provide better solution for the learners. Combination of the best outcome for their learnings. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for your perspective, and of course, let's move on to Miss Hari. Do you think that this digital learning, uh, will student become more engaged in the future learning process?
I think so because students have this experience almost 2 years, right?
Yeah.
We are facing this pandemic almost 2 years. I think it can be their habit, their routine. So it depends on the design of the teaching learning. So I would say that we have at least 5 elements in making engaging learning, whether it is digital or physical. May I share it to you?
Yeah.
So I just want to
Yes.
share that at least we need 5. First, make the activity meaningful. Like you have to connect students' experience and knowledge. So just like me, if my students now current topic is about I don't know, maybe Billie Eilish song, so I will use
Yeah.
that example, right? I cannot talk about ABBA or the Carpenters, or maybe you don't know, maybe about the the Rolling Stones, they don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
And then foster a sense of competence, so make students demonstrate understanding throughout the activity. And next, the third one is provide autonomy support, so attract students opinions. So teachers doesn't need to talk all the time. We need two-ways communication, and sometimes we need students opinion. Okay. And then
Yes.
next, facilitate collaborative learning, so students can interact with other students, right? Like working in
Yes.
peers,
Yes.
or maybe uh study group, something. So make this collaborative learning. And the last one is establish positive teacher student relationship. That's why my Instagram account, I always interact with my students. So I like to see their stories, and I let them see my stories or my post apa, feed posts or something like that.
Yeah.
So we need to establish this positive teacher student relationship. We cannot make that, oh, you are a student and I'm a teacher, so we have this gap. No, that's not the era. This era is like teacher student can have this good relationship, positive, and maybe we can be friends with our students. So no
Yes.
matter digital or hybrid or face-to-face learning, I think these elements should be there in this uh, design of the learning teaching, so you can improve this engaging learning with your students. I think that's all.
Yeah, of course, because right now digital learning has been the foothold and a compulsory mode of learning for everyone right now studying in their school level and the university level. And of course, this is a better question for Mr. Chintan that you are right now developing your risk skills. How do you think the role of digital learning in the future, and what is your like measure and plan for the future to engage more students in this digital platform?
Yeah, I want to totally agree with what Miss Sari just said just now. I think today learning is two-way. Teachers and the student must be come together. It's like friends, so they can open up more, so that not only teachers giving input, learners also giving input. That it combined together. So with this, I think use towards digital learning. This is a good space to conduct this. Sometimes in human face to face, nowadays when you face to face, they do not dare to say anything. When you come to online, they are the keyboard warriors. They are the so-called. They dare to video. They dare to do all this, a lot of things. I think we are
Yes.
moving to a new generation, that a generation that very comfortable with screens,
Yes.
with typing, with all these things. So if we move towards this, I believe the both way interaction can be improved. Just like I can you can know today a young student as young as 11, 12, when they go to school they are different character. When they go back and become a YouTuber, they are a totally different
Yes.
character. So I think even my small kids as young as 3 years old, they are so adopt into these gadgets kind of thing. Yeah, it's not good, but how do we cater for this generation of people that they grown up with all these things, and when they turn into the youth or so on, and coming into the career, this transition is important. So how I'm more focused about talking about how do I cater for this group of generation, very special kind of generation, with it's called the generation Z, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I think this will be very impactful, very useful for them. It's just that how do we really keep improving, giving the best from what they want. You know, my children, is now she is looking at TikTok. I'm very worried, but she learned a lot of things from TikTok. You see, it's
Yes.
very funny. It's very, yeah, crazy world. So a lot of new way of teaching need to be enhanced through the digital learning. Teachers need to, you know, also adapt into this. It's sad. It's not like last time anymore. Which I come from the today I'm around 38 years old. I still come from the hard knock school. But moving forward is really
Yeah.
things are going to be changed. So this is how we can work together.
Yeah, of course. And of course, right now we are going to have additional questions from the participants. Let's see the questions. Yeah, maybe for Ms. Sari first. In your opinion, which learning approach is easier to create an engaging environment?
Yeah, I think I already mentioned that 5 elements. The learning
Yes.
approach, yeah, should have that 5 elements. It should be meaningful for your students, and then we can have a sense of competence. So make students feel that, oh, can I do it? Oh, I think I can do it. And then the third is we have to provide the autonomy support, so we can ask their opinions. We can ask their independence to do the work or to do the worksheet or something like that. And also we can approach them with the collaborative learning. And then the last one,
Yes.
we have to build the relationship between students and teacher.
Yes, that is very true. And for now, Mr. Chintan, what do you think is the learning approach easier to create an engaging environment?
uh, Depend who you talk to. Depend which age group you talk to. I still, my mindset is still like that. It still depend who you talk to, which age group, and so on and so on. So different age group adapt to different approach. I think this is the best answer. How the way our parents adapt things and how you, Timothy, adapt to things is totally different. Is
Yeah.
even a 10 years old gap is totally different. That's what I want to say. That depend on what you do. If you conduct learning two different kind of age group, this way is be good. If this age group, this might be good, this might be good. So there's no one best way to give everyone the best environment. It's all about the habit, on your crowd, what they're coming from, and so on and so on.
Yes.
So that is my answer for this question.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Zakrotul, for your question. And of course, it is dependent on age group or sectors of learning to create a learning approach. And of course, I agree with the answers of Ms. Sari to have the activity have a sense that it is meaningful for the students and feel that the students gain something from that learning. And of course, to have a collaborative interaction and have a good communication between the teachers and the students as well. And of course, to maintain that interaction can have good impact for students that study with that kind of learning approach. And of course, for the next question, yes, for Mr. Chintan here from Hernanda, how significant is the use of technology in creating engaging learning?
How significant is the use of technology? Yeah, as I say, we are still not at the peak of what we can use with all our technology. In sense of this part of the world, we are still not there yet. But in times as we go along, things are getting better and better. So I believe in the future, not now, engaging in learning through technology will be at another level of what you don't experience today. So
Yeah.
that is what I believe. And I foresee, we talk about physical and digital. This is my prediction. Next time, a student can go to a school. There's no teacher. Everyone look at the screen. You have your own laptop. We gather around just to learn from digital. I foresee this will happen. It's so
Yeah.
funny. You still want to learn through the screen, but just to have the feel of getting around, you go to the school, but there's no teacher. The teacher might be can from somewhere. You learn from different people, so on and so on. So this it might be going towards that. I don't know, but that is my strong prediction towards that. So as I say into this question, yes, I cannot tell you whatever you have experienced right now is not at the peak yet. There's more things coming on board. Maybe robot will be teaching you later on.
Yeah, of course, because technology keep improving. In your current state of learning, for example, we are learning through the screen, and we can interact online or through some other methods. And now, according to Miss Hari, how do you think the significance of technology in creating engaging learning?
Digital media has a significant role in providing engaging learning. I'm not talking about the since COVID-19 pandemic forced schools, forced teachers to provide the distance learning using this digital, the technology. But I want to explain with my own experience. So before the pandemic, I always use the Instagram, YouTube, because I know this the generation, the students with the in the generation Z. So I know that they often use Instagram, YouTube. So when I make some homework, and then
Yeah.
I ask them to publish in their Instagram account or in their YouTube channel, it makes them happy, so because they say that, oh, I get more followers now, or something like that. So again, so I just focus on my students proficiency, the competence, and also the experience and the knowledge. So that technology can help me and my students in engaging learning. So this is very vital, I think. The technology is very vital. So again, thank you, technology, for providing this.
Yeah, of course, because we are right now feeling that technology that we need right now to learn, and of course, we are feeling engaged that we want to learn something new. And of course, if there are more any questions, I think I want to ask my last question. First is to Mr. Chintan, that right now that you have developing your skills to much more wider branch, and of course, more and more students are feeling the effect, the positive effect from this digital platform. How do you think that in the future the countries and students will adapt to this kind of engaging digital learning?
Yeah, that's very interesting sharing from Miss Sari. You know, students feel happy when you ask them to share something Instagram. I think next time the exam should conduct through Instagram reels or story.
Yeah,
From this
Using
real
quiz,
example,
right? Quiz.
yes, it may be a live or it might be a TikTok. You know, I tell you, it's better than you do in a paper form, ask them fill in Google form, so on and so on. Yeah, that is a typical real example that I'm talking about. The adaptation of their habit into doing something. So if you are moved towards the digital engaging learning, I think Miss Sari have done a very good example. I
Thank
never
you.
heard about this. I never heard about this. Tomorrow, imagine the next year you go back to school, everyone on the phone. Teacher, you share your topic in Instagram. I think they learn faster than anywhere. So,
Yeah.
so, so you see, so my input is still it still depend on the habit of the generation you are talking to. So we work towards that to let them feel the impact and really focus on how they can receive information and also learning from a method they are comfortable with. So that is my everything that I want to summarize is we cannot do what we like. If you want to really help the new generation or let them learn more, we have to adapt, adjust, and work towards their taste, the way that they receive kind of things. So that will be my so-called overall input for this.
yeah, of course. Because right now, generational habits is to use social media as their part of learning, maybe through short videos. And I think we will see in the future because the trend of how you learn, how you use social media is improving. You can promote to your social media. You can share it with anyone that have the social media in your hands. And of course, through to Miss Hari, how do you think in the future that countries and students will adapt to this engaging digital learning?
I think for students, it's easier for them because they are already going to that transition, right?
Yes.
Maybe they are already have this routine, but I'm afraid with the teachers, with the old or the old fashioned. I will not say old because I'm old already. The old fashioned teachers, they have to adapt, and then we need to think about this teacher development program. So we need to have some teachers training. Maybe schools, maybe government or private sectors should provide that, so the teachers can open their mind to adapt that students can do this, and why don't we, why don't the teachers? Okay, so
Yeah.
I think it's easier for students, but it's a bit a little bit effort for the teachers, especially for those who are not open-minded, or for those who are very old-fashioned, that that really admire the face-to-face learning. So I think, yeah, the teacher should
Yeah, of
be
course.
considered.
Yes, because right now we are younger students, so we have adapted so much to this digital learning, and of course, we have seen that experienced teachers that they have some problems with their meetings, and is it a very elementary problem, but for them it's like a new thing. Okay, how do I how do I solve this technical issue? But students, we are getting smarter on this technology side, yeah, and that's why teachers should be also learning their technology so that they can adapt to the digital learning as well. And we have actually one more new question. uh, yes, what are the indicators of success of engaging digital learning, and would you explain more about risk skills in the context of digital learning? So Mr. Chintan, you can answer this.
Yeah, before I answer this question, I totally agree with what Miss Sari said just now. I salute what you're thinking. I want to follow you on Instagram. You just got a new follower today. Yeah, the point is exactly correct. Not only on one side, on to me it's three side. On teacher side, on also the government body side. We must work together towards this common goal. Um, so that's why I totally love it when you share about this point, which I'm not in a good position to share, so I'm not going to talk about that. All right. So yes, I think talk, the question is about reskill. Yeah, in reskill, what I believe is this. Number one, what are we really doing is there's two focus. The key word is called affordable and accessible.
Yes.
Affordable as it's not about from 10,000 discount to 5,000, from 5,000 discount to 1,000. No, I'm talking about on daily basis that people, how do we live? Education should be free, but we cannot do it free because of a lot of challenges. But how can we, before we go to free, can we do it at very low cost? Because of online, cost can be going down as low as possible. You still get what you want, you still get what you learn, and also accessibility about talking about no matter where are you, I can reach you and I can deliver it to you. And I also a strong believer of the young people now. When you go to eat, they like to eat buffet. We are providing a buffet style of learning. And I always say that I don't want you to learn one thing. I need you to learn two things, three things, five things, 20 skill you need to have in order to compete in current market. Because don't forget, robot is coming to replace us. We need to we need to have more kind of different skill to cater to the things. Because I'm saying this because I see a lot of things are automation. We do not need a lot of human. But what is the future skill we are needed? So that is my focus in reskill, providing relevant learning up to date, things that what we call focus on the career with affordable and accessible. So I sum it up with this on reskill. This is what we are doing in the platform. Because of my belief, that's why we conducted this way. We getting affordable price with a global accreditation body. It can help you in your career to move forward. And what we I only focus topic on career learning, teach things that don't teach in school, and this is where we cater on. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So, thank you. Your question, Fikri. So, reskills have the concept of affordability and accessibility, and to create more relevant topics, and of course, invite more students to become engaged in the digital learning platform. And of course, I'm going to conclude about our talks today that we are right now discussing about engaging digital learning. Right now, the condition of pandemic and how we transition into the new hybrid learning actually make digital learning can be improved to the next level, because technology that we have right now hasn't peaked yet, still have so many developments that we can see in the internet, and most young generations are become more habitable to use social media, to have screens in front of them, to use this to learn, because not only from their university where they have online courses, they can learn new things from unexpected ways. Sometimes social media have their new trends that they have to create. Sometimes they decided to invent something, and then from them, the young generation can create something new. So I feel that as well, that you are online students, you can have so many opportunities that you didn't think about. Before we pandemic, we are panicking, thinking that how can we learn digitally, how can we learn from the screen? But right now we are actually proving that we can actually reach much more benefits. We can uh, create more friends with many people, even by talking with screens. It is like we're talking in real life. It's like I
Yes.
can see your expression, I can see your opinions. Okay, we can create a new friendship. And of course, this is not something we can expect before. And if we talk this 2010 or in the previous generation, they think that we are crazy, and we are, like a sense of that, okay, you are just talk nonsense, just get out of here. But right now, we are the people that is seeking to create this digital platform. That's why this discussion about engaging digital learning is very important for us as education heroes to learn that this is the way of the new life that we have to adapt. From digital learning, we can create new opportunities. It will be still be developing, and of course, face-to-face learning is still very important for us to keep a social interaction. And yeah, of course. And right now, we have concluded our talks today, and we will have a photo session together. Yes. Be ready, host. Okay. One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Sari and Mr. Chintan. Please do not forget to follow me as well, as a very
Oh yeah,
interesting.
yeah, correct. Need to follow you as well.
Yeah, I think you can visit my Instagram. actually
Yes.
this account. So yeah, I also create many contents about digital learning. Actually, for my learning
Wow.
experience, as I'm right now as an
Wow,
engineering
good.
student, as an
Wow.
ambassador from my own university. So yeah, I think we can connect more and hope that we can meet offline, face to face in the future, whatever the
Yes.
context. I think will be
Yes.
very great for us. Okay, thank you so much to Miss Sari and Mr. Chintan. We
Bye
all hope
bye.
for your future success endeavor, Ms. Sari, on your PhD studies, and of course, Mr. Chintan, for your development of these skills to the future so that digital learning can be accessible to everyone. Thank you for both speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Bye bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye, Timo.
Thank you, Sari.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that is everyone about our talk today in the session of engaging digital learning. So, how do you think the knowledge that you have? And thank you so much for your questions because digital learning is one of the most relatable for us today because SDGs to reach the quality education, we do not realize that it can come from digital learning, right? Digital learning is still improving, and of course, we still need more effort to do about it because right now we are learning digitally, but we need to improve that into a uh, more advanced level. Yeah. So thank you, everyone, for your attention, and we will proceed to the next session. We will resume shortly. Thank you. Bye bye, everyone. See you soon. Do not leave.
Okay, I would like to say welcome again on this session. This is our last session, our fifth session, I think. I would like to say welcome back to the EdHeroes 2022, maybe for the Malaysian chapter. So today in this session, I hope all the participants still have the same spirit as in the morning because it was in the evening, so I think you have to keep your spirit right. Okay, today in the last sessions, we will discuss about STEM education. Will it create more scientists or entrepreneur? Topic is very interesting, and also we will invite the speakers that are very inspiring also. So today, I would like to introduce myself, maybe need more. Maybe if you see this session from the beginning, maybe you was know me. My name is Langgeng Larasati. I'm a student in International Relation Majors in Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. And in this session, we have a great speakers who is joined with us together. Okay, there's a Miss Danya Nai, a secondary school student, active member of Girls Quiet Association Malaysia. Wow, he's very young. Hello, Miss Danya. Did you can hear me?
Hello, thank you for having me.
Okay, hello, nice to meet you. Actually, we have our second speakers, but maybe he didn't join. Maybe he can join later. So in this session, we're talking about STEM education. Will it create more scientists or entrepreneur? From the introduction, I would like to say that the STEM educations maybe is like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It's most talking about topics in education sector, as you know, and STEM has grown as represent a unique approach to teaching and learning. And STEM education, it provides students maybe to provide to choose their capabilities to being their passion, based on their passion to being entrepreneur or maybe for being a scientist. So because it's a very interesting topic, I would like to move my question. So my first question to Ms. Danya is, what do you think about STEM education?
Thank you. So I think STEM education is really important to introduce to students at a young age because more than the actual theory and curriculum that is being taught, through learning STEM education from a young age, you learn the scientific method and that way of thinking. And I think that can be applied to any area of life, including entrepreneurship.
Okay, so it's very important, right? STEM education. So I think because you're basically and your past experience is talking about Girl Quiets Association Malaysia. So what do you think about the performance based on gender proportions in STEM education? Is this impacted the genders? It can be like what in STEM education it very have something impacted.
Absolutely, yes. I think that currently Malaysia is doing a really good job in encouraging both men and women to pursue STEM, but there are still social norms that may discourage a certain gender to not pursue a certain field. And I think in those ways we're still working on it, and that is much more on like a grassroots level way of approaching the problem, and it's more of changing mindset. So it's definitely a more long-term thing that we need to work on. But the Malaysia Education Blueprint is still, it's something that underpins the majority of efforts to implement quality, accessible STEM education in Malaysia. And in that blueprint, there is also efforts there to form equality of the two genders and their accessibility to STEM education.
So it's meant that in equality gender to implemented STEM education, like that.
Yes.
Oh, so what do you think about it? How to solve about the problems?
I think that it is, again, something that it's about changing mindsets. So with Girl Guides as well, we have a lot of campaigns and badges that girls can do to just be involved in STEM subjects. And I think those kind of campaigns that focus on maybe a specific thing like coding or robotics, it's very important because they can foster an interest with students and also let them see how these fields have real world application. And there are also the resources, these campaigns have more resources to carry out these programs. So that is one way to get more students interested in it. And then once they have that interest, I think it's easier for them to combat any stereotypes that they may face going out into the real world.
Okay, thank you. But sometimes actually I'm as a woman also like now, yes, as you know. And then when we're talking about this time, which is talking about education, about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is in that field, sometimes is the fault of a man, right? Sometimes me as a woman to join in that field, I feel so very what I've said insecure, something like that. Something I'm thinking about like that. Maybe it's just in our mindset, or maybe or not. But how did you think about this? There's a girl, maybe like me, and I feel that insecure to join with that field. Is there's any solve problem to change that mindset, especially for the women selves?
I think that, like you say, it's definitely a mindset thing, and that the only person that can really make you feel insecure about it is yourself. So once you remove that insecurity, it's other people and their stereotypes are, it's much harder for them to impact your decisions. That's, I mean, and also like the policies in place that make it more difficult for women to be in STEM fields is another thing, and that is something that we need to enforce guidelines and policies to make it easier for women to be involved in STEM. But from just a mindset point of view, it's just that we need to keep letting girls know that this is a field where they feel welcome and as included as anyone else.
Okay, thank you for your perspective. Maybe we are a woman, and I think we have to prove that women also can do something men's doing, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely, because it's equality gender based on SDGs maybe. So I would like to move to next question. Maybe when we're talking about this STEM education, what do you think in your mind the implementation of the STEM itself? Is this
So
effective or something like that? Thank you.
right. So, as I mentioned earlier, the Malaysia Education Blueprint, it underpins the majority of efforts to implement quality and accessible STEM education in Malaysia. So up from when a student is in preschool up until they graduate from their tertiary education. So the blueprint was to be implemented from 2013 to 2025, and there are 3 waves, and we're currently in the final wave of this blueprint. So from reading through it, you can see that it really succeeds in addressing issues at a grassroots level rather than with a top-down approach. It can engage with stakeholders from all levels, institutions, private sectors, families, and teachers, and it understands the importance of providing education that sparks curiosity and engages students. So this comes in the form of having training for teachers, and prior to the blueprint, the training would have to go through 5 different people before it reaches the actual teachers in the schools. And now it's been shortened to only 3 people. So what the teacher is getting is much more original and much more closer to the original thing that was designed for them. There's also the repair and refurbishment of facilities such as science labs, and also students are getting more higher order thinking skills questions. So this forces them to use the scientific method when learning the subjects that they are taught in school.
Thank you for your perspective. And yeah, for this, I would like to move on to this, other questions is, when you say under your statement that the private sectors have participate to STEM education, right? So how about the private sector can be contribute and implemented to continuous the STEM educations?
So private sectors, I think what makes them really unique is that they can create campaigns and projects that focus on a specific field. Rather than where in school it's being taught as a curriculum, right? So students are learning a lot about a lot of things, so they get an overview of many different fields in science. But I think to gain a deep interest in something, you have to go to a deep level, and that's where these sort of campaigns and things come in, because private sector also has the resources, and also are engaging more than schools with the real world needs. So they have a better understanding of what a student or a scientist or entrepreneur needs to help the real world, and then can create campaigns that align with that. So it helps to foster interest and also get more students into STEM, which is at the end of the day the goal.
So beside of the private sectors, did you think there's any stakeholders that have to in charge to support STEM educations?
I think parents and family play a huge role because everything starts at home, and what a parent may feel about STEM, their opinion, a child is very likely to take that opinion with them and have that opinion at the back of their head when it comes to making decisions such as do they choose the science stream or the art stream, and then later on choosing a career. So I think they are also a very important stakeholder. And also teachers, I think we need to give a lot of support to teachers and make sure that they are well supported, especially currently with COVID, that they have all the resources that they need to carry out digital learning.
Okay. So I have one question also. As you know that during the pandemic, is education sector is being the very impacted sector from the COVID-19. So it's still the STEM education is still have effective to implement it, or maybe it's disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemics.
I think it's absolutely important that we still implement STEM education during this time. I think the pandemic is a great example, actually, because when you learn STEM subjects and you build that scientific way of thinking, and you can be rational about how you think about current issues, even with COVID, like how you think about something like that, where there is a lot of paranoia around the subject. When you're exposed to STEM and you can actually get more contact with things related to that, you think about and you see the world differently. So I think it's really important that we continue learning, even though the quality may not necessarily be the same as it would be during physical learning. it's important that students are still exposed to it so that hopefully when they go back to physical in-person learning, they can just catch up with where they left off.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think STEM education is very supported, yeah, to true, even though it's a pandemic, the STEM education is still running because, yeah, it's based on the technologies. And then my next question is, how significant are the results of the implemented of STEM educations? Maybe if you're in the secondary schools, what do you think about it?
So as of 2020, 47.18% of secondary school students were considered STEM students. So this was around 170,000 secondary school students in Malaysia. So during like my parents' generation, there was only the science stream and the art stream. So if you were a STEM student, then you were only studying STEM subjects. But currently, there are 3 categories by which a student can be considered a STEM student. One is where they are learning purely the sciences, and the other is a mix of both the science and art subjects. So this is really good because now a student can learn things from both sort of worlds, and they see, because they're learning them at the same time, they get to see how these two overlap and where they can be applied into one another.
Okay, all right. I know STEM education, maybe to implement STEM educations, well, in the cities or the big cities is a very easy because the technology, the environment is very supported, maybe like internet connection, maybe, or like the gadget is a very supported to implement STEM education. Maybe in the rural area, sometimes it's have a different case because maybe the internet connection, the gadget or something like that is not supported. They have any support device to implement it about STEM education. There's a gap, there's inequality to implement the STEM education. What do you think about it? And is the need some policy or something like that?
I think you're definitely right that it is much, much easier to implement STEM education when you have the resources that make it very easy for you to learn. And when you don't have them, it's like it's very difficult to see the point to learn when you don't even have the resources to get proper internet connection and things like that. And I think that yes, it's a policy level thing, but it's also deeply a grassroots issue where you need to really understand what the community needs and see if what resources can you provide to help them with that. And it's a very current issue, and we need to first engage with the community before we create any policies and see again like what do they need and how can we best serve them.
Okay, sometimes to implement this times the problem is not about the technology. Sometimes the human resource also, sometimes I don't know, maybe in the rural area they don't understand about technology, or maybe they don't really familiar with the gadget, with something like that. Did you think that need a special treatment to the maybe student in the rural area to introduce with them about STEM educations?
I think that it starts with the teacher, because the teacher is the one who the student will have the most contact with. So as you said, if we can provide training for teachers to be better equipped with digital learning, then the student directly benefits. So if we prioritize helping teachers and understanding what they need and making sure that they feel supported by the system, then the student will definitely be able to have a better time learning, and then hopefully because of that they will be more inclined to choose STEM subjects as they grow older.
Thank you. Actually, this is my question. This is my curious about STEM education because maybe you come from Malaysia. Maybe in the Malaysia is the familiar about STEM education, and I'm from Indonesia. Actually, in Indonesia, the education sector and education system, maybe for the STEM education is still running, or maybe for the step is introducing. In my country, STEM education is not too familiar. Maybe just like that, there's a gap between in the big cities and the rural area. As you know, I'm from Indonesia, and Indonesia is a big country. There's a very need, it is a very hard to implement STEM education because there's inequality that I said before in the cities and the rural area. So that's actually my questions for you. Yes, from me. And then I would like to move to other questions. STEM education actually based on the technology, sciences, mathematics, and engineering, and it's a provide the student to choose and decide with their capabilities to being a scientist or being entrepreneurs. So, what do you think about this? That the STEM education it's provide to being a scientist or entrepreneur or sports?
I think that the goal of STEM education is to get students to see terms like scientist and entrepreneur as types of roles rather than as types of people, because we need students to see that a person can hold both positions of being a scientist and entrepreneur, and that they're not mutually exclusive. And even though, science-based ventures and entrepreneurial ventures do exist in two separate frameworks, the type of things that you do in both of these things can be very different at times. But the goal with education is to get students to see that these frameworks exist as guidelines that they can adapt rather than as barriers, and they need to be equipped with the skills to see where these two things overlap, and then with that they can use it to form projects and initiatives that can help people.
Okay, thank you for your answer. That's a very interesting. So yeah, maybe STEM education it's still a system of teaching of learning and still development right now. So I would like to the next questions. So I would like to question. Okay, wait a minute. Mr. Mansuri was joined with us together or no? Okay, not yet. Okay, let me continue that. Maybe for this session, there's only Miss Tanya as our speakers, and maybe if there's any question for the participants. Okay, for this is the first questions. How do you see STEM school in addressing employability issues?
I think that it's a great question, and that when a student is equipped with STEM knowledge, they are much more employable because STEM fields are much more specialized, and there is a greater level of security when securing a STEM job. It's not to say that being involved in the arts is not a good job or you won't gain any level of enjoyment from it. It's just that if you're looking at it from a point of view of just securing a job, STEM education is much more secure and reliable. And you also have skills that are much more unique that not many other people can do, and that makes you much more in a way you have a skill that is more needed in society, and you can provide it. So it gives you a niche that only you can do.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Is there any questions? Okay, this is the second question for Indah Gamers. I think she is a gamer, so name is Indah Gamers. Do you think STEM should be taught at an early age? How is it significance of it?
Yes, definitely. I think that there is a large perception that STEM is only a certain group of people can learn it and understand it, and that it's this very complex and difficult thing to grasp, and it's just not for some people. And I think that when you have more exposure to it, you have a clearer understanding of what it actually is. So when you start teaching people of it at an early age, they don't see it as something that is very foreign, and they see it as something much more familiar. And then when it comes to choosing the subjects, they're choosing what they want to do, whether they want to do STEM or not, on the basis of whether they actually enjoy it, and rather thought that, oh, STEM is just very hard and I won't enjoy it because of that.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Maybe I have what I've said. It's like thought on my mind. I would like to ask you that STEM education is a focus to the secondary school, something like that, or what you think that STEM education is can be implemented to the childhood, maybe like a kids under maybe 5 until 10 years old, something like that. It can be implemented to the kids STEM educations.
Definitely. I think this is also where the private sector comes in with their own campaigns, like coding or robotics programs, because there's always in STEM fields, right? You can teach a simplified version of it, and then you can keep building until it gets more and more complex what you teach. So you can always teach a very basic level of anything, even the most difficult or complex STEM subject, to kids, just to get them to see the exposure.
Okay, I think because along all with together, that's on my mind, STEM education is like something learning that implemented to the student with a higher level, something like that. So I thought that how to implement STEM education with the kids. As I know before, I was teachers also for the kindergartens. I'm ever experienced about it, and sometimes to teach a kindergarten is a very tricky. There's a chunky, sometimes bored, crying, or something like that, and yeah, something like that, And what do you think how to be implemented to the situation? It's something. It's not effective. I think is there some methods to teach about STEM education with the kids?
I think to get them to feel interested in it before you actually teach them like any theory of it, like I think with experiments and to see like maybe like photosynthesis, because that is something that they can see plants and trees, and they can see how there is science and STEM in things that they already know. And that makes it much more relatable for them. And I think the goal is just not to confuse them, but just to make them appreciate it and to make them feel curious and want to know more.
Okay, I see. So STEM education is being one interesting learning system that I learned before. So before I'm come here as a moderator, this is the first time actually I'm learn about the STEM education, and then when I'm talking with you I have a very insightful about the STEM educations. So for Mr. Mansuri was joined with us. Hello? Not yet? Okay, I think. Okay, not yet. Yeah. What are we talking about together? So, because in the sessions, I have one questions more from Nanda Azahra. Do you think STEM education is applicable in Asia?
Absolutely, I think it's applicable anywhere. I think that everyone should be exposed to it, and everyone should have a slight understanding of STEM education. I think in Asia we still need to make sure that people just have a basic understanding of it, and that their perception of STEM is that it is something that can help them and can improve their lives. So I think it's very much applicable in Asia.
Is it much very applicable in Asia? But as I said before, that not all countries in Asia have the same technologies, has the same like internet, something like that. There's a gap between one countries in Asia, like maybe Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, or something like that. So what do you think about that? Because there's a gap and inequality. Is still applicable?
I think yes, it's still applicable, but it's just that you cannot have a plan for Asia, right? Because every country there is so different. Every country's what they're doing right now is very different. So we need to focus on specific communities. So even from schools to districts to states and then to countries and then continents like Asia. So it's not about whether the topic is applicable. It's just how are we going to get to the point where it's implemented at a level where it's almost like universally students have access to STEM.
Okay, thank you. Is there other questions? Okay. There's no one question anymore. Okay, for Miss Tanya, when we're talking about as long as a STEM education, so interesting about this case because okay, there's one question anymore from Fikri Muhammad. How to make sure the quality of education through STEM, or maybe it means STEM system?
That's a really good question. And I think STEAM education is really important as well because it implements the arts within STEM education. So again, you get the overlap of science and art subjects and see how they apply to one another. But I think that I don't have a specific measure that I have right now. But what I can think of is that seeing how other countries that already are implementing STEM or STEAM subjects really well, copying whatever rubrics or taking what they have and making it our own can be really helpful.
So for the make sure the quality of education, is there indicator to make sure that STEM is applicable, is implemented with very well?
I think that one way is seeing how do students perform at national level competitions. Another is seeing how do they feel, such as taking surveys, and then other ones again can be implemented from what other districts and countries are doing to measure. Personally, I don't know of their names, but I just think that if we research on that, then you can find something that maybe could apply to our own country and what we're doing.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Is there other questions, or maybe for Mr. who is join with together with us? For Miss Mansuri not yet join, yeah. Okay. So we continue to talking. Maybe in this session, just part of us to talking about STEM educations. So maybe STEM education is like some talking about the technology, and today is technology is growing so very rapidly, as you know, and yeah, I think the technology today is very rapidly, and yeah, it cannot deny the technology is being a part of our lives. So we can talking like this of us in the front of our screens is also the benefit maybe of the technology, and the same is learning to the student about the technology. So I think it's a very impactful. Maybe someday in the futures that I think if the STEM education is implemented with it very well, maybe it can give it a very impactful, because maybe the student can help to develop about the technology, because the scientists, engineering, and something like that is a very field of knowledge that today is a very developing. So today, I would like after this we have photo sessions. So 1, 2, 3, we can say smile. Okay, it has been done. So maybe for this session, I would like to say sorry for all the participants, because Mr. Marsuni Abadi, basically he was to join with us, but today he cannot join. Maybe for the next sessions or the next on the next session, maybe we can have together and we can hear his perspective about the STEM educations. So I think because it was evening, and maybe for all the participants was been tired from the morning until right now, was joined in the EdHeroes Asia 2022. for Malaysia Chapter. So I would like to say thank you for the all participants, for our speaker, for Miss Danya. I would like to say thank you to join with us, because maybe it's your holiday, it's your weekend, but you have to join in this event, and you have to join this event because disrupt your weekend. So yeah, for everyone who attends EdHeroes Forum Asia Malaysia Chapter, maybe you can join the community of EdHeroes Forum Asia to be heroes. For further information, you can kindly check and stay tuned and EdHeroes Instagram account. Thank you for the speakers and then all the participation on this day. Hope we can continuously share impact to improve equality around the world from any field. So this event maybe is supported from many stakeholders by IGNEX leader Mata Garuda and Overseas Indonesia Student Association Alliance or OISAA. And also reminder for everyone, don't forget to memorize EdHeroes in your Instagram story, and don't forget to tag at edheroes.asia. Thank you for all attendees for participation in our largest forum in Asia, EdHeroes Forum Asia Malaysia Chapter. So I would like to say thank you for everyone and goodbye. Happy weekend.